I'd like to welcome everybody to the City Council meeting of. Great story. I'd like to welcome everybody to the City Council meeting of February 16th. I'm going to call the meeting to order.
The City of San Clemente respects the many people of different faiths who reside here. The City Council historically begins its session with an invocation offered by one of the religious leaders of our community with full appreciation of our shared belief that we are one nation under God. And while the city cannot endorse any particular religion, we respect the religious freedom and freedom of expression of all our citizens to pray as they feel led to pray. This evening's invocation will be given by Holland Davis, Senior Pastor with Calvary Chapel.
All right, let's bow
And
our heads.
if the Boy Scout troop, what troop number are you? 737. If you'd come up and stand behind Pastor Davis, and please remain standing while Troop 737 leads us in the Pledge of Allegiance.
All right. It says here, "For the King trusts in the Lord, and through the mercy of the Most High he shall not be moved." And Father, I want to thank you for these men and women who have set aside their lives, time in their busy schedules to serve our great city. Lord, I pray especially this time of year as we're thinking about marriages and relationships, Lord, that you would bless their families, that you would bless their marriages, that you would bless their homes, that you would bless their businesses, Lord, that you would give them wisdom. Lord, and I want to thank you for their courage as they've made some decisions, Lord, that have raised eyebrows, but Lord, you have stood with them. And we are just so thankful for them and their strong leadership. Lord, continue to lead them and guide them. Continue to place your hand upon them. Give them favor, that our city would be blessed amongst all other cities. In Jesus' name, amen. Amen.
And Troop 737, would you lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance, please?
Please place your hand over your heart. Ready, begin.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you.
Councilmember Brown. Here. Councilmember Donchak. Councilmember Ham.
Here.
Mayor Pro Tem Ward. Here. Mayor Baker.
Here.
First item on the agenda is presentation of a city tile to Larry Moore in recognition and appreciation of 44 years of exemplary service to the city of San Clemente.
Thank you.
This is one of the really great things you get to do as the mayor. You get to honor folks who have done great things for the city of San Clemente for a very, very, very long time. I can only say that because I'm older than Larry. So, Larry, I want to thank you very much from the citizens of San Clemente. We've got a couple of really cool things for you here.
Oh, my.
Your city tile that says recognition of service, June 19th, that's a misprint, 1971, there's something wrong with that, to January 2016, in appreciation of 44 years of exemplary service to the city of San Clemente, including 27 years as the city's information services manager.
Wow. Thank you. Appreciate that.
And not everybody gets this one. This is a piece of the pier for a guy who's been on the pier for a really long time.
Wow, that's impressive. Thank you. A big piece of my life has been on this piece of wood.
Thanks, Larry.
Thank you.
Please say a few words.
Oh, unprepared, but thank you very much. This has been a gift. One of my sayings is Monday was always my favorite day of the week, all through my lifeguarding years and all my years up here. We are very, very fortunate to live here, and those of us who both live here and work here, it truly was a gift, and it still is. I'm just finding out that the world of managing a golf ball and or an 18-month-old is much more confusing than I ever assumed. Thank you very much.
Pretty cool, huh? That's from Joanne right there. Well done,
Thank you,
Joanne.
Joanne.
Well done. Thanks. Thanks, Larry.
Next is presentation by Dwayne Cave, External Relations Manager, San Diego Gas and Electric, concerning the removal of utility poles in the Los Molinos district.
I think it's time for still some more fun and games and gifts here. Dwayne Cave, External Relations for San Diego Gas and Electric. A few weeks ago, we celebrated a milestone for a project that's been in the work for years and years and years. It's been long overdue, but it's an undergrounding of electric utility project. And when we did the undergrounding, we also had partnerships with Cox Communication, AT&T, and we were able to complete an undergrounding of the Los Molinos district in the area close to the Boys and Girls Club. Yeah, it's North Beach, and it's a little industrial neighborhood, mixed residential, and again next to the Boys and Girls Club. And if you walk out there today, what you'll notice is no overhead wires, no poles. It's just a beautiful view out to the ocean. And we want to thank the city for the cooperation that they had, especially I have to say Tom Vonnegut was a great partner with San Diego Gas and Electric as we move forward. And I also have to give kudos to one of our SDG&E employees. It's Steve Campbell, who is our senior governmental liaison, who really worked hard with Tom to make sure this project finally got completed. And it looks beautiful out there. A couple weeks ago, we had the pull-out ceremony where the last pole was removed. The mayor was out there to help celebrate with us, and we have this token of our appreciation for the city. It's the last pole ceremony, Los Molinos Business District, utility undergrounding project, and here we have part of one of the cross beams and an insulator here, and hopefully you can display it in a nice place.
This is a very cool little paperweight. I'm sure the city manager will find a good place to put this, won't he? Very nice, Dwayne. Thank you very much, and thanks.
Thank you very much.
Thanks to SDG&E for doing a great job on this. Terrific. Thank you
you.
very much.
Thank you.
This will look great on your desk, James.
Yeah, pass that around.
Next is the status update by Helen Freed, County Librarian, concerning the San Clemente Library. Maybe we'll come back to that, but she confirmed last week that she would be here. Okay, next is presentation by San Clemente High School students McKenna Brownell and Daniel Clevitt concerning San Clemente High School campus activities.
Hello. Is there a clicker down here? Oh, fun. Okay. Hi everyone. I'm McKenna Brownell, and this is Daniel Clevitt. We're seniors at San Clemente High School, and we're here to give an update on February. Second semester seniors, finally. Yay. Okay. So to start, Daniel.
All right, so a lot of you know the show Whose Line Is It Anyways? It's a thing called improv. I run it at the school. I'm one of our captains, and we're transitioning into a thing called comedy sports, which is we compete improv off against other schools, and it's a really cool thing because we'll play games and everything's off the top of our head. So it's really a cool thing, and you'll start seeing it. We started our first year, and then we had a huge convention that we all went to. It's a thing called GameCon, where everyone in the LA district, all the way down to San Diego, a bunch of different high schools all came together. And we just had a huge day of improv, and it'll be super fun, and matches will be coming up soon. And then that's a picture from Coffee House.
Would you have your faculty advisor send the council notices when it is? 'Cause
Yeah, of course.
I think some of us would love to go.
Yeah.
Come and laugh.
Yeah, perfect.
We'll be your shills. Yeah.
Just a little bit.
On a good day. And then that's a picture from Coffee House. If you've ever seen Jimmy Fallon, it's called Egg Roulette, and we did it where we took turns smashing eggs on our head, and whoever had 3 soft-boiled on our head first lost. I lost, but yeah, that's all right. I'm bitter.
I actually put in this wrong slide, so we're going to go to this one instead. So we had National Signing Day on February 3rd, and we had 24 signees, which is an amazing number. Most schools only have around like 10 or 15, so we had the most in our district. And we had schools like Stanford, BYU, Northeastern, all different sports. We had diving, water polo, soccer. Really incredible to see all these peers that we've grown up with commit to their dream schools for something that they love to do. And then on a related note, girls wrestling is a new team to SEHS, and it's also a new CIF sport. So we have a girl, her name's Mara Devricks, I hope I said that right. She's actually moving on to state to represent SEHS, which is really exciting and something that kind of surprised us all. So if you are looking to check out some games this week, we're all in CIF. So these winter sports, tomorrow we have boys basketball at 7 at home. That's a really big game. Boys basketball has been doing great, so we're really hoping that they go far in CIF. Girls water polo and girls soccer are both at 5 at home on Thursday. And then boys soccer is also at 5 at home on Friday. So kind of a packed schedule this week. But we hope you'll be able to make it out to support our team.
All right, so we also have a thing called Triton Idol at 7 this Friday, and it's kind of a singing competition on campus, obviously, American Idol, Triton Idol. You guys get all that. So we have teachers who are the judges, and students perform songs. It's from comedy songs. A couple years ago, someone did the Adam Sandler Happy Hanukkah song, if you guys ever have seen that on SNL. And then people perform songs that they've written, as well as other stuff, and it's a lot of fun.
Last week we had Blue Ribbon Week. It was an anti-bullying week headed by the Cool to Be Kind Club. And I don't know if many of you know this, but Cool to Be Kind was a club actually founded at San Clemente High School in memory of a fellow student, Daniel Mendoza. His sister founded the club after he committed suicide to bullying, and since then it's become a national club. I think there's over like 100 chapters or something like that in the nation. So we're really proud of this club and the efforts that they put into Blue Ribbon Week to spread anti-bullying kindness. And lastly, our Best Buddies Club, one of our most successful clubs on campus, they went to Disneyland last week with, here we see like 2 girls on the outer corners with their best buddies. They're like kind of a foursome, really close best friends. And so they just spent the day at Disneyland and made a lot of good memories. And so that was sweet and exciting to see. Yeah. And that's all we have.
Any questions?
Thank you very much.
Do you know the date of the dance concert in May?
What?
Yeah, do you know yet the date for the dance concert in May?
I know it's going to be around a week or 2 after the production of Addams Family at our high school for theater.
And you're going to tell us that date also
We'll
next
tell you
time?
that, yeah.
Okay.
Yeah,
So
I think the dance concert's May 21st.
Oh, it's late.
I
It's
wanna
late.
see- Yeah,
it's
it's
later
like,
in the year.
yeah.
Okay.
But we will get that to you
Okay.
for sure.
All right, thank you so much.
We're your fan club.
Okay.
Members of the audience who wish to address council on matters that are within the jurisdiction of the City of San Clemente, but not separately listed on the agenda, may do so during the oral communications portion of the meeting. A total time limitation of 30 minutes is allocated for oral communications part 1, with each speaker being allotted 3 minutes in which to give his or her presentation. I do have cards.
Okay, Stephanie Aguilar. Oh, I see a lot of cards about the skate park. Let me tell you a little bit about the skate park before you come up and tell me about the skate park. City manager, would you talk a little bit about the plans for recreation in town that we're going to talk about at this council meeting here as soon as we get to it, whenever that is. Maybe this will tell you a little about this. So if you're interested in this Ralph's Skate Park, please pay close attention to what the city manager is going to tell you right now.
At the end of the agenda, one of the last items we have to talk about tonight is getting direction from the city council to do a new parks master plan. The Parks Master Plan would look at all the parks and recreational facilities in town and talk to the community, if we had authorization, to find out how those parks and how those facilities should be best used. And as we went through that process, we would prioritize the parks, different programs that we may implement, new amenities that we might implement. So I know that there's been some public discussion about expanding the skate park and adding lights to the skate park. And we've also heard some community input about creating a dog beach. So staff's thought was that those things should be included in the master plan study that we're asking the council to bless tonight. So if that ends up becoming something the council wants to do at the time, you can direct staff to add that to the master plan study when we go out to do that.
Okay, everybody got that? All right, Stephanie Aguilar is first up, and then Ryan Aguilar.
Thank you to the council members for hearing me speak. My name is Stephanie Aguilar. I'm the
Stephanie, would you pull that microphone down?
Yes.
Just there you go.
Yes.
Thank you.
I'm the interim president of the Improve Our Skate Park Leadership Community, and I'm here to speak about the San Clemente Skate Park. We're aware that we also need to address the San Clemente Beaches, Parks, and Recreation Department, which we plan to do at their next meeting in March. Our goal is to request improvements to the Ralph Skate Court, which is outdated and falling into disrepair, and to be a part of the upcoming city master plan, so thank you. We have such a strong skateboarding community here in San Clemente, a community which is growing rapidly as the older generation of skateboarders are giving birth to the next generation. Increasingly, we are seeing entire families who skateboard together. The reason we were inspired to start this project was when our dear friend and neighbor and longtime resident of San Clemente spoke at her 90th birthday about this community. She said that she and her husband used to wake up every morning and discuss how they could make San Clemente a beautiful and better place to live. I love this thought, and this is something that I personally would love to carry on. As I've spent countless hours of observing adults and kids of all ages skating at our park, I'm always struck by the kindness and encouragement with which skateboarders treat one another. They are welcoming to skaters of all levels and ages. My skateboarders are 3 and 5 years old, and we've met the nicest families at the skate park. Even the longtime locals have welcomed my kids with open arms. Everyone is family up there, and everyone looks out for one another. There seems to be the perception that negative behavior goes on at the skate park. We are there all the time at varied hours of the day and have truly only seen passionate athletes focusing on improving their skills. The city has expressed in the numerous conversations I've had with our offices concerns about having people at the skate park after dark. This plays into an unfair stigma that skateboarders have been labeled with. Skateboarding itself doesn't bring trouble, it's actually the opposite. Skateboarding keeps kids out of trouble. It provides people of all ages a place to go and something to do, keeping them active and occupied. So often I watch as dusk approaches and there is a mad rush at the skate park, during the fall and winter months especially. It becomes flooded with people trying to get their skate in before dark. During these months, which it's usually 5 or 5:30 that people can't skate anymore. Lights and improved conditions will increase safety for all and allow people who work and go to school the opportunity to get out and do something active and constructive in the evening. It's unfortunate to see all the skateboarders reluctantly leave the park as dark sets in while the parking lot fills up with softball players heading out to their brightly lit fields. And what's even worse is looking over from our dark, unusable skate park at those lit fields when no one is even using them. We desperately need improvements to our park, and we need lights so that we can skate past 5 p.m. in the darker months. San Clemente, with its strong skate and surf community and many related businesses, deserves an amazing skate park that we can all be proud of. Thank you, everybody, for listening.
Thank you, ma'am. Folks, please, no applause. We frown upon that, so thank you very much. And sir, I'm going to have to interrupt you for just a second. We'll come right back to you, but the Orange County librarian promised to give us an update. She has just arrived, and I would, please, we'll come right back to you. She's going to give us an update about our new library that, and you can skateboard in the library now. Is that correct, Ms. No.
That's true, if you have a power skateboard. I apologize to the city council and the community for being late. I was in a traffic jam accident, so it was quite difficult to get down here.
We're familiar, yes.
Okay. Thank you for inviting me, members of the city council, the city manager. My name is Helen Freed. I'm the county librarian for Orange County Public Libraries. I just want to give you a short and brief update on the new library, or the newly refurbished library. I don't know, many of you I know have been to the new library, especially Councilwoman Lori Donchek, who was there during the grand opening. Just to give you a little bit of background on the San Clemente Library, the grand opening was last year, August 29th, and since then, the library has seen great amount of activity in the library. I'm sorry, how do I? Just to give you a short and brief activity, the grand opening had 843 people coming. So you can see that a lot of people were celebrating the grand opening of the library. The door count since December 29th of last year, almost 100,000, as you can see. New library cards that were issued since the opening, over 2,000. We've circulated approximately 57,000 books. That does not include the e-audio books. That's about 73,000 system-wide, and e-books of about 87,000 system-wide. As you can see, the library is well used. Next. Children's programs, other programs that we have, just to give you an idea of what we do have in the library. For our weekly program, we have toddler time, preschool story time, the after-school club. And for our monthly activities, we have bilingual story time, the pajama family story time, and we do have special events to honor our holidays, including the Halloween program, costume parade, the In-N-Out Burger reading program, the holiday open house program during the holidays, and of course, our tours and school visits. And we cater not just to the children, but also teens and adults. We have a monthly adult book group. Teen volunteers includes about 38 teens. 123 hours were volunteered since August to December. And an adult coloring club is coming up soon. If any of you have not used our e-material, our e-books and e-audio books, I welcome you to come and go into our website. It is free as long as you have a library card. One of our most popular programs is the Overdrive, which supplies us with our e-books and e-audio books. It's one of our most popular e-material that we provide to the public for free. We have the Gale Virtual Reference Library. We have World Book Online as well as the hard copy. And we have Enki, which is another e-audio and e-book format. You can also learn a language. We have the Mango program, 71 languages that you can learn, including from Spanish to French to Pirate. So if you'd like to speak Pirate, this is the time to do it. Digital reference. Digital reference include Chilton, online, Zinio, that's our magazines, online, and biographies. Thank you, and does anybody have a question for me?
I'd like to make sure that this gets somehow on the city website. Can we either create a link to this presentation or devote?
You have a copy, so you
okay,
can.
yeah, devote a page to it because it's really great information. Mm-hmm. Thank you.
And that's just as of December, you know, so it's, the library has received a lot of activity since we opened.
Ms. Free, you're not gonna be able to get out of here without giving us a few words in pirate. I mean, you brought that subject up, so we're gonna have to hear a couple.
Shimmer my timbers. I think that's my limit.
Okay, that's your limit. All right, thank you. Jimmy, you got something you want to say?
Yeah, I wondered, do we have a link on the website that might be, I think that has library as one of the resources. It'd be useful to have it there. I'd also love to see links to the e-resources. It's very cool. I've been in access to all those resources, and it's an amazing thing. It'd be great to have those linked as well through our website. It's just in case.
Do you speak pirate? Or you
No, but I have an expert. George Gregory does, and I just call him when I need translation. So.
I do have one thing to add. On Saturday, February 27th, our San Clemente Friends of the Library is having their annual fundraising library luncheon. And if anyone is interested, you can go to San Clemente Library, Friends of the Library. There are still a few tickets left, and it's a lovely event, and it's a very important fundraiser. And Ms. Freed tells me that of cities in San Clemente, our Friends of the Library are some of the most productive in the system. So.
The Friends of the Library definitely are one of our biggest contributors. So, we're very proud of them, and we're very happy that they're supporting us.
Thank you, Ms. Freed. Thank you. Mr. Aguilar, thank you very much for your patience, sir.
Absolutely. Just whenever? All right. Thank you, City Council members, for allowing us to speak about a community project that we believe will be a great asset to San Clemente. I'm here to discuss our local San Clemente skate park. This campaign began as a Light Our Skate Park initiative. My wife and I started an online petition, and to date, we have received over 340 signatures and counting. Through the comments on the petition, Facebook, and just talking to others in the community, we have received an overwhelming amount of improve our skate park feedback. I think our first goal is to discuss lights at the park. In addition, we'd like to have an improved and expanded park, but are aware that that may be a longer process. We are in the process of organizing our leadership committee and gathering statistical data which will help paint a better picture of what we desire and how we think it can be accomplished. I am a father of 2 small children, ages 3 and 5. We are residents of this wonderful community. We are an active family. We enjoy being outside, walking on our wonderful beach trails. We always walk to our various restaurants and shops down on Del Mar and El Camino. We especially enjoy surfing and skateboarding. Those are the sports I grew up participating in and still do to this day. I enjoy nothing more than doing these activities with my children. I believe that we are introducing them to a lifestyle that they can enjoy for their entire lives. During the winter months, it is impossible for us to get in a surf session when I get home, normally after 6 o'clock from work. We do enjoy going for our evening skate session as a family. As mentioned, this is the way that I and many other parents bond with our kids while being active. Our family is too often forced to go to other cities to skate because here in San Clemente our park has no lights and cannot be used after dark. We drive to Costa Mesa, Lake Forest, Laguna Niguel, Orange, and San Diego County to skate the updated lit parks. We know many local families and other skateboarding athletes who do the same. These skate parks not only have lights, but they are far superior to our older park here in San Clemente. When we visit these other cities, we also usually go out to dinner after, and sometimes we even go grocery shopping and do other shopping because it is so convenient because we are already out. This is significant money we are spending outside our local city, and it makes me think of additional business our community can attract with the lit, updated skate park. I think it is also a safety concern not to have a well-lit park. I believe my kids and my family and the many local families who skateboard as a main sport deserve to have the same opportunity as other athletes in our town playing baseball, football, and soccer. We have some amazing fields to support those sports, and our sport deserves the same consideration. San Clemente is such a wonderful, unique town, as we all know, being located right next to Camp Pendleton and also being the home of a world-class surf break, Lower Trussell's. We have a stellar blend of deep patriotism and love for country and a culture of surf and skate. Our city deserves to have a skate park that represents what we are about as a community and something that we can all be proud of. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Eugene Uchi. And then Carlos Alarcon.
Oh, well, thanks for having us. I work at a skate shop called Republic of California, and I have been going to San Clemente Skate Park for about 10 years now. And I would say that this is probably the most skateboarding has been popular, and everyone, just like what he said. Everyone travels really far just to skate at night, and especially around town, a lot of kids do street skate, and I think it would prevent everyone from just skating just around town and trespassing, and it would just keep kids in one spot and just sort of get everyone to skate in their town instead of have to go to different counties. And I personally go down to San Diego a lot to skate, and I would spend money down there to eat, and I could support local businesses in San Clemente. So but yeah,
Okay.
yeah.
Thank you.
Cool.
Carlos Alarcon? And the folks, the skate folks, understand, we're going to talk about this at the end of the meeting tonight, so, yeah.
Hello. Hello, everyone. My name is Carlos Alarcon, and I go to San Clemente High School, and I'm 17 years old. I have been living in San Clemente since I was 5, and I've been skating since I was 8. When I was 14, I started my first year of high school, and one of my electives was skate PE. Skate PE was going up to the skate park for 5th period, which was at around noon. And after being used to going to the skate park every day, I became obsessed, and I wanted to stay there all day and night. But unfortunately, in the wintertime, I could only skate for a very short time after school, because night would come around at 4:30, 4:45. When it would get dark, everyone would leave, and some people would show up. But I'll leave it to you to guess what type of people would show up to the skate park at night. I'm not judging, but definitely not somewhere where the youth of San Clemente can hang out. With lights installed, skateboarding can be recognized, and our youth can have a place to safely hang out and where exercise is encouraged. San Clemente has absolutely 0 places for ages 10 to 18 to hang out at. Besides, the nearest skate park with lights is around 20 miles away, and a lot of us don't have transportation to get there so quickly. Thank you for your time, and I hope to see some improvement.
Thank you, sir. Kapil Mather, Anthony Lafrano, and Walter penalties or something. Oh, I'm sorry. Water penalties, Brad Malamud, sorry. Yes, sir.
Mayor Baker and City Council, my name is Kapil Mather. I am a 23-year resident of San Clemente. I'm a local small business owner, and I am the lead petitioner of a new charter school called the Orange County Academy of Sciences and Arts, or OCASA. OCASA was authorized by the Orange County Board of Education at their February 10th, 2016 meeting, and our school will open on August 15th, 2016. We have over 500 parents from the city and surrounding areas that are interested in sending their children to the school. The only thing that we are missing is a location for our school. Last year, we had some preliminary discussions with Mr. Ham about the surplus property available in the city. We respectfully request that the city consider leasing us the surplus property at Vista Hermosa and Avenida La Plata for use for our school. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. Anthony Lafrano, and then Brad Malamud, and then Mike Mortensen.
Good evening. Happy to be here. Glad to live in San Clemente. Yes to the skateboard park, no to dog poop on the beach. I am a graduate of the Mango program, and I must say that any of you, and I do speak pirate, any of you who vote to allow dogs on the beach will have to swab the poop deck. As you all know, Ed Connor is suing the city of San Clemente because we would not allow him to build a homeless shelter at the Kmart on Estrella. Go visit that beautiful property right now, ladies and gentlemen. Where does Ed Connor live? Behold, this is Ed Connor's community. He lives in the Hunt Club at the top of the hill on Ortega Highway in San Juan Capistrano. It is an equestrian community with horses, multi-million dollars. One of those homes is his. He's coming down here and he is suing the city of San Clemente because we would not allow him to build a homeless shelter at the Kmart on Australia. Thanks a lot, Ed. When he was here, I think it was August of 2014, he mentioned that he used to swim at the Masters program at Ole Hansen, and he used to shower with the homeless afterwards, and now there's no place for them to shower. Well, you know what, Mr. Connor? You're not allowed in San Clemente. The money that we're spending on this lawsuit could be used for kids and seniors. It is an egregious waste of money. One of Ed Connor's projects was a shower that he had at the cul-de-sac at the San Felipe de Jesus Church in Dana Point, actually Capo Beach. Guess what happened? No more homeless go there. Why? 2 stabbings in 1 week. Call St. Edward's Church to confirm. When kids were in school there, okay? Mr. Connor is taking money from us. Democrats would label him a domestic terrorist. He came and he threatened the city. He said, if you do not pass this, I will sue you. And you know what he's doing? He is suing us. It's almost like ISIS. Either you convert to Islam or we kill you. It is not cool. I want to commend Ms. Donchek and Mr. Brown at the last meeting for pointing out to Sandra Whitaker and asking tough questions. They were here commenting on our element, saying that it was not valid. It is the same element they had. I want to thank you so much. And Mr. Brown, you didn't have to apologize for what you said. You were right on the money. Thank you so much. The other thing, Ms. Donchek, the Emergency Shelter Coalition is Ed Connor's alter ego, okay? It is a vendetta against the city, and something has to be done about this guy. The other thing I want you to understand is that Heritage Christian Church up the street also is guilty for this. They were the ones fanning the flames originally on this. Our new mantra going forward needs to be, who are you? Why are you here? Where do you live? Why are you here if you don't live here? Please leave, you're wasting our time. We need to say that to everyone who comes here and tries to tell us how to run our city. Tell them to go pound sand. Thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you. Viva San Clemente.
Brad Malamud, Mike Mortensen, then Sanjay Favreau.
That's a hard act to follow. I'm going to talk about the water penalties that now the city's collected over $1 million. I haven't paid one, so I'm not asking for myself. The city attorney explained to me today that that in his view the penalties are legal. I disagree, but he's a better lawyer than I am. But the issue is the morality of this council and the city. The city has taken $1 million from its own residents in the form of penalties, which were collected because the city was concerned they would not be able to pay penalties if our residents weren't able to meet the requirements of reduction in water use. Well, we did meet the reduction. Now we should be returning this money to our residents. Think about if this council said to people, it's $10 to go to lunch for friends of the library, but there might be a $10 surcharge, so we're going to charge you $20. At the end of the day, there isn't a surcharge. They said, we'll just keep the money for the library. This is false pretenses. The penalties were only raised. So I'm going to say this to council. I think you're all moral people and upstanding people. I think that since you are, you should vote tonight or at least agendize returning this money. I don't see another selection. This isn't a city where we extort our own residents and then keep the money from them. And I don't think that was the intent. I think the intent was to get a reduction in water. We did get that reduction in water. Let's give the people back their money. Thank you.
Mike Mortensen, Sanjay Favreau, and Michelle Stegmeyer.
Good evening, everyone. It's nice to be here. I, tonight, am just speaking on behalf of not only myself, but my family, my 2.5-year-old daughter, Riley, my 6-year-old son, Landon, my friends' kids, the many, many people that live in Talega, that live in Forster Ranch, Rancho San Clemente, and San Clemente as a whole. I wanted to read into the record tonight a few statistics that I pulled quickly from the United States Housing and Urban Development's Annual Homelessness Assessment Report. Some statistics that I think are relevant to the analysis of what we ought to do as a city with the 2.2 acres on La Pata and Hermosa. 26.2% to 30% of homeless people suffer from severe mental disabilities. When you take into consideration their chronic homelessness status, that rises by 30%. So we're talking anywhere from 50 to 60% of homeless people suffer from severe mental illness. 35 to 50% suffer from chronic substance abuse problems. When you take into consideration a chronic homelessness aspect, that raises, again, 30%. So we're talking 80% suffer from drug and alcohol abuse. right? Combine those two together, we're talking out of 100 potential homeless residents on that site, 6 out of 10 suffer from a severe mental illness. 8 out of 10 suffer from some sort of substance abuse problem. To place them there at that site within arm's reach of a preschool, their back door opens up to a park frequented by thousands of kids every year, and in eyesight of a school with kids from 4 to 14, hundreds of kids, is irresponsible. It'd be unsafe. There are better uses for that land. One proposal tonight was a great use. And I shouldn't say I know, I think that land is zoned for senior housing, and I think that would be a very good use for that property. So I thank you. I thank the city, and I hope everyone considers very strongly and carefully what we ought to do with this land, because the consequences are dire. Thank you very much.
Sanjay Favreau, Michelle Stegmeyer, and Laura Hannaford.
Good evening. Thank you for having me. My name is Sanam Favreau. I'm a resident of San Clemente, and I'm a parent of 2 children. I'm here because I would like to voice my concern regarding the homeless shelter that is going to be considered in the La Plata and Hermosa area. Basically, I have many concerns, but here are the top 5 or 6. Number 1, the location is right next to Versa Hermosa Sports Park, which houses, as the gentleman before me said so nicely, thousands of kids each week for sports and recreational activities. And I love the fact that I've never met this gentleman, but we have the same exact data. Number 2, this location is also 2 miles away from where my kids go to school, which is Vista Del Mar Elementary and Middle School. Vista Del Mar Elementary has about 1,100 students, and Vista Del Mar Middle School has roughly around 600 students. Number 3, this location, at any given hour, on any given day, there are kids that are walking, skating, and biking by themselves without any parent present. Number 4, per law, there is really no requirement for you guys to do any kind of background check on our homeless people. Therefore, we will not have any idea of the mental and physical state that they are in while being in that location. It is known that about 20%, and I hate to say this, but about 20% of our homeless people are in fact sex offenders. That is the 20% that are not registered. So my big concern is, how are you going to keep my kids safe and my friends' kids safe in that location? There are way too many kids, there are way too many little kids, and from anywhere age of 5 all the way to 14, 16, 18 that are walking in that path. I would like for you to consider this information when you're thinking about this item next. And as a parent, my first concern has always been my kids. I have about 52 seconds, and I would like to also say something else. For that location in particular, I was at Chino Hills this past week for baseball. I think I just spent about $5,000 just on Diet Coke. So if you are thinking about something to be built over there, I think if we can expend it, if you can look at it in a different way of bringing more sports in, it would be a very big and very much of a money maker for the city, because Chino Hills has this huge area that is housing thousands of soccer, baseball, and we pay like crazy just to go there for 2 days. So it is something for you guys to maybe think about or talk about with the clubs and other situations, just to get different ideas other than what you see. Thank you very much.
Are you going to read your...
We're going to put in, I've just made a decision, we're going to put in a Diet Coke soda fountain on that corner. And that's what...
Can we agendize that emergency
item?
item?
Please, let's get that.
Let's get that on the agenda tonight immediately.
I have to take a couple of minutes out here to explain a little bit about what we've been talking about tonight, because we had the same discussion starting at about 4:30 with some concerned parents that heard on social media that the city was going to build a homeless shelter on the corner of La Plata and Vista Hermosa. That's a social media untruth, I guess would be the word. And the city manager will explain how this happened. Please talk about that, James.
The city has a number of properties throughout town, and as the city goes through the process of figuring out how to dispose of those properties, either through leases or through the sale of that land, we have to make available an opportunity to various groups, nonprofits, educational groups, housing advocates, emergency shelter groups, et cetera, and they have to have an opportunity to propose an offer and a project for those sites before we go to the commercial brokers and suitors. So, and then we're obligated, once we receive those offers for those pieces of property, like we received for this property, we're obligated by state law to go to the council and share that offer with them. But we are in no way compelled to make a deal with someone that's making a proposal to the city for those properties. In fact, we've had other offers for that property, including a CVS drugstore and a gas station with a car wash out there. But as part of the process that we go through to determine how we want to see city-owned property developed, we have to make it available to these other groups, and that's all we're doing. Is we made it available, they put an offer in, we're obligated under the law to share it with the council and discuss it with them. And then we will make a decision at some point what we're going to do with that property. But we have not even formally put it out on the market for commercial sale or retail sale.
Thank you, James. And not this coming Thursday, but the Thursday after this, we're going to meet right here starting at 4 o'clock and talk about the long-term financial plan for the city. And part of that discussion will be real estate. So if you're interested in real estate, that'll be a thrilling 3-hour session of city council for you to attend. Okay, did everybody hear that? There is no proposed homeless shelter on the corner of La Plata and Vista Hermosa. The city is not building a homeless shelter on the corner of La Plata and Vista Hermosa. Please, if you read about it on Facebook, if you read about it on social media, please put that on social media or Facebook. Thank you. Now, let me see where I am here. Michelle Stegmeyer, thank you. And then Laura Hannaford will be next.
Hi, I am a resident of Talega, a mother of 2 children, and a business owner. I understand that you say that you have to consider the offers. Our concern is, and yes, it is all over Facebook, it is all over social media. Our concern is that the area was zoned for a homeless shelter. That's where our concern is coming from. Our concern is that the pending lawsuit might influence a decision on your end. And we ask that it does not influence your decision. We moved here to Talega and to San Clemente for that matter because of the safety of the area, the family neighborhood, not to have a homeless shelter placed within half a mile from the school, Gratitude Garden, that my son goes to, and within a mile from Vista Del Mar and within arm's reach of a sports park where our children go to the restroom, and I would fear that there's someone in the restroom. And I fear that now, but my fears will be escalated by 1,000 if this was to happen. Not to mention just the appeal of the area. So again, it's not, I truly believe that you all will make the right decision, and that obviously it was just shocking to me to even see that this was even a consideration. It was just beyond my belief, and I don't understand it, but I'm here to express the fact that, our concern is just the fact that it was zoned for this. It would be devastating to the area if this were to happen. So please make the right decision and make it fit in with our community, because that's all we ask.
Scott, Mr. City Attorney, could you please address what an overlay versus zoning is, and also just a quick summary, what other properties were also provided in that overlay as part of the SB2 ordinance?
Yeah, thanks. The city's SB2 ordinance was adopted more than a year ago. What state law requires the council to do is look at sites that potentially might be suitable for homeless shelters or transitional shelters. An overlay doesn't zone it so that that's the only use permitted, but it provides an overlay in accordance with state law where it might be suitable. It doesn't dictate the sale of that property by private owners or public owners. In fact, the lawsuit that was mentioned doesn't even seek the acquisition of property, and it couldn't. The lawsuit seeks to require a broader zoning overlay than the one that the city adopted, but the city's defending that lawsuit very aggressively. As your manager indicated earlier, the item on tonight's agenda had nothing to do with that rezoning. Oh, and by the way, there are scores of properties listed in that overlay in addition to this one. The item tonight was not about that at all, but rather just to indicate to the world, including statutory providers of parks, educational, and housing, that the city might consider liquidating this property at some future time. And the recipients listed in tonight's agenda were required by state law to get that notice, but the lawsuit isn't about that, and really this has nothing to do with that overlay.
Thank you.
Thank you. Please post that on social media for me. Thank you. Yes, Laura Hannaford, then Jim Bieber, then Ryan Tamian.
Laura Hannaford, I'm a 29-year resident of San Clemente, and I'm here tonight because the Orange County Transportation Authority has announced the elimination of 2 routes in San Clemente. I won't be able to attend Monday's meeting. I can't miss another day off work, but I know Councilwoman Donchuk represents San Clemente there at the OCTA. It's disappointing to me to have those routes eliminated because I have a young adult daughter with a disability who cannot drive. There are 2 routes left. The nearest stop for us is, the stops are basically 1.3 to 1.8 miles. All of them involve going under the freeway, which is really unsafe. I know all the construction will eventually end, but the sidewalks aren't that great. The lighting's not that great at night. It does impact us. I want to say I hope the idea of the trolley that you're presenting later tonight can help resolve some of my concerns for my daughter to be able to access this community, to be able to go to the movie theater, to be able to go to many places within San Clemente without having to do the long walk plus the time for the bus. I would hope Orange County Transportation Authority would send a group to San Clemente to meet with people who have been bus users here to help them learn the alternatives. I find the OCTA website really very poor, very difficult to use, very hard to read. When we travel to big cities like DC, Baltimore, Chicago, Toronto, London, Paris, I can use their websites even though I don't speak French. I can find my way around on their public transportation. The OCTA website I don't feel is very accessible. And I particularly think people with disabilities would need help with that. I think it would be a great idea. Even the access program for people with disabilities is extremely inaccessible from San Clemente. It's in Anaheim. And it's a very long distance to get an evaluation to determine if you're even eligible for access services. So I would like to see OCTA come to San Clemente to help those people, and I would like to see, if it has to be through the trolley, which I don't know how long that would take, that everything east of the freeway would be considered. The majority of the 2 routes that are left are west of the freeway, and I think it really limits a lot. So I thank you for your time.
Thank you. Please.
Laura, I'm taking your phone number down so that we can chat. If the board decides on Monday to go with the new recommendation, October is when the routes would be adjusted, so that's 6 months to sort it out. So let's talk, and the trolley is a possibility. We're looking at van pools, expanding the policy to include other than employers for that. Access should work for us, and I do agree with you, the website is a missed opportunity, but can I call you later this week? And we'll just figure it out?
Appreciate a phone call, and I would like to add I'm a special educator, so I'm very aware of people with disabilities in the communities who don't have a mom like me to help them get the services they may be entitled to.
Well, I appreciate your advocacy. You do it very respectfully. Yeah.
Thank you.
Okay, Jim Bieber. And then after that, we've got 3 more folks that want to speak about the skate park. So we'll cram you guys in if you'll promise to be quick about it. Ryan Atamian, Danny Craig, and Jay Rice. Are you guys here? Okay, that'll be easy. Pardon me? Thank you. Mr. Bieber.
Mr. Mayor, at the last council meeting, Councilman Ham spent his opening comment time, which should have been spent about speaking about short-term rentals, its economic impact, its result in a widow losing her home. He instead chose to read a statement, a 6-minute rant, uninterrupted statement slandering me. In our meeting that Councilman Ham and I had at City Hall, I told him that I had never seen the ocean until I was 17. Unlike others who were born in the city to a privileged family, I grew up poor. In fact, I lived in 11 houses before I graduated high school. Like a newly nationalized U.S. citizen who flies their flag on every holiday, I love San Clemente because I see things that other people may not have seen who've been here their whole life. I could have chosen to live anywhere, but I chose to live in San Clemente. My children go to both high schools, elementary schools. I have spoken before this chamber on various issues. When my wife tore down the properties that we built up, she only took bids from local contractors. We have used our properties to raise money for local charities. In fact, my nephew was given an award at this council chamber meeting for the efforts that he put in a charity that where we raised money for family assistance ministries. I first met Councilman Ham last October in front of my house. He was there with his family on his bicycles. He wanted to thank me for my efforts in putting up the Pirate House and said that it was, quote, an institution in San Clemente. This is exactly what Councilman Ham said at the last meeting. Quote, to reassure me of the seriousness of his threats, he recited to me the number of times he had moved growing up and implied that he had no ties to this community. How can somebody take what I said and who I am and twist it up so badly and spew out something so vile? It's because that person is fundamentally dishonest, not intelligent, or a combination of both. Councilman Ham went on to say that I said I wanted to be left alone by the city. That is absolutely true. The city staff's report described me and my wife as, quote, good neighbors. We have 2 VRBOs that have little or no impact on the city and its residents. In fact, it's a benefit. I expect my city to leave good neighbors alone. I told him that if we aren't left alone, it doesn't impact us, it impacts middle-income families in Tolega that will never see their relatives because they can't afford a vacation home. Store owners, a widow who spoke before you who would lose her home. If that happens, I would actively and vigorously campaign for an opposing candidate in the next election. This is what Councilman had said in his attack. When I asked him the legality of what he was asking of me, can I get a ruling on that, City Attorney? Can we ask a 6th grader in the audience about the legality of saying that you would support an opposing candidate in the next election? Most notably, Councilman Hand started out by saying that it was a duty, quote, due to report all information I received both in and outside these chambers. 10 minutes into our first meeting, a meeting in the boardroom at City Hall with the city manager, Councilman Ham said, quote, can we all agree that everything we say stays in this room? I can never recall in the hundreds of meetings I've had with elected officials, has an elected official ever had a prerequisite of meeting by making a resident take a pledge of secrecy. Again, maybe we should ask the city council, is that legal?
Are you reaching the end here, Mr. Bieber?
Yeah, it's less than a 6-minute rant that Councilman Ham.
Are you reaching the end here, sir? Thank you.
Since Councilman Hams has no qualms about lying about what was said in the meeting, I have no qualms about saying what he said. When Councilman Ham asked me what would be a reasonable thing, I said, well, caps would be good. A moratorium might be receptive. He said, well, why didn't you support or favor the moratorium that we put forward? I said, as it was written, it would have banned home exchanges, and it would have banned anybody from renting out their home for 2 weeks.
All right, thanks, Mr. Bieber.
He
That's
pointed
enough.
outside the window, and he said,
thank you.
Look at the freeway. Everybody's driving 75 miles an hour. Why don't we pass laws against that? The implication being, we will go ahead and cruise on and pass ordinances. Maybe he views the residents of San Clemente
Jim. That's enough.
with the same contempt as he views the Brown Act.
Thank you. All right, that's my last card with oral communications.
Could we have a motion to waive reading and full
So
vote?
move.
Second.
All in favor? Aye. Any opposed? Passes unanimously. Joanne?
Closed session report, City Attorney.
Thanks, Mayor and Council. We did have one item to announce. Item B had to do with real estate negotiations at the North Beach Passenger Service Building. That item goes with a companion item on the consent calendar, that's E. Direction was given by staff that will be explained when you get to that item later tonight. I think staff's going to ask that E be pulled.
Okay.
That's all.
All items listed on the consent calendar are considered to be routine and will be enacted by one motion without discussion unless council, staff, or the public request removal of an item for separate discussion and action. Staff has requested the removal of item E, and the public has requested the removal of item H.
Item E is an echo?
Yes.
Thank you.
And H.
Chris, you got?
6A.
6A.
A.
H?
A. Apple.
I was going to E as well.
E as well?
Yeah, as well. Staff pulled it already, but I was going to be on.
There's some letters left. Okay. I do. I'm going to pull, wait a minute, H is being pulled, and I'm going to pull L. H and L.
Move the balance.
Second.
Motion by Doncheck, second by Ward. All in favor? Any opposed? Passes unanimously. All right, Kathy, you're up with,
This involves the city council minutes, and Joanne, I would make a request. The city council minutes, item 9A, for the January 19th council meeting. I read comments into the record of my opinion on the regulation of short-term lodging units. That was 9A, and I'd like those comments to be added to the record.
That would be a council decision.
Okay.
Because we normally don't put in individual comments, but if you want it, if council agrees with that.
Okay, one thing that I would say is there isn't any comments in here except it just says following deliberations. And one of the reasons we were asked to give our comments was to give direction to the planning commission of what we were thinking. And the council minutes don't reflect that at all.
Does the video act as a record of type then to reflect that to the planning commission?
Yes, right. Yes, the planners go into more detail when they're going to the planning commission. But there's currently a policy that we use action minutes, which don't have the individual comments. So not to say that can't be changed, but that's why they're written the way they are.
Is this just to convey it to the planning commissioners?
It is, because I watched the last study session of the planning commission and they were quite confused on what we even thought an STLU was or a housing
I think we ought to
hotel.
direct the planning commissioners to watch the deliberation, at least the video component of it, so they can see your comments in total. I mean, they should have, frankly, done that. But the problem is I just don't know precedent putting all those comments in there when we're using the video as really our go-to device. It doesn't matter to me either way. I'd support you either way.
it's a difficult issue in something as complex as this VRBO because the comments would take up volumes. I mean, it's, if there's something,
January 19th meeting you're referring to?
Yeah.
Yeah.
if there's something specific in there, Kathy, that you actually.
I actually read a statement at the last two council meetings of what I thought the STLUs and what I thought of it, and I was doing that so that the planning commission would have direction, because I thought that would be reflected in the minutes. Or at least staff would be putting those comments into the staff report somewhat. as a direction.
Let me ask a question first, Chris. Are the city council minutes part of the planning commission agenda package?
No.
Well, then a planning commissioner, the only way they would see your comments would be to
Watch the video.
watch the video or to read the city council minutes, and I'm
Or
certain-
you just circulate an email to the rest of the planning commission with your comments.
Can I jump in here for a second?
And the staff
Sure.
report.
It
Don't
gives
forget
Joanne
that.
the opportunity here, because we're talking about the January 19th meeting,
And I think we had a lot more discussion that happened at the February 2nd meeting.
We don't have those minutes yet.
We don't, exactly. So we can direct Joanne to include your comments and more specific comments to the comments that we had a consensus on for direction to the planning commission.
I don't think that's, I think that's a large burden for Joanne, because she's going to have to pick specific comments out of 2 or 3 hours of test.
I was thinking specifically about the ones that the four of us talked about giving direction to the planning commission. Not each individual's thing, but the 3 things, I think there's 3 things that we 4 talked about.
I think the things that you're talking about, there were about 10 issues, and those are already in the draft minutes that I was looking at. What we don't put in is each individual council member, this one wanted this wanted this, and a lot of times there could be agreement, but we don't know, until there's a motion, that's when it's solidified. So that's why the minutes appear to be a little vague, and they usually are, but we did put down those points.
Okay.
Because it was clear that I think the way that it reads is that during the course of discussion, individual council members brought up the following points. They may or may not reflect consensus, because we really don't know unless there's a motion.
Okay. Then I guess the problem is that we don't have the minutes from the other meeting, and when I was watching their study session, it really wasn't clear. They were very confused of what actions we did, and they did not have a copy of our ordinance yet, because I understand, the second reading is tonight, but they did not have that. So we can talk about that later, but, I'll drop that for that. But I do need direction, because
I think it would be useful that if you have something you've read, just like you can circulate that to the planning commission in an email if you like, but they also have the virtue of video. I mean, reflecting on those things, if there's a lack of direction, it isn't because we haven't prepared the way and provided a body of evidence. It's because they haven't seen it. So, I mean, I would, if you're passionate about it, I'd circulate those comments, but I don't know if I would alter the minutes, because it just, it probably is going to be tough.
All right, then I will withdraw that and move the item.
Okay. Second. Motion by Ward, second by Baker. All in favor? Aye. Passes unanimously. Joanne. Okay, next up is 6 Echo. That would be staff and Tim. Yeah.
So says the naval pilot.
I reverted, sorry.
So very quickly, in some lease negotiations with the current tenant at this location, the recommendation or the request by the tenant was to amend the termination clause, as the lease before you represents, to a 60-day written termination with a prorated true-up to the gross receipts. And so we wanted to ask council to consider that change within the lease agreement and amend, and then hopefully adopt.
I was going to read in the same item. I always make that suggestion based on our conversation. So with it, I'll move the item.
Second. Motion by Brown, second by Ham. If we're pulling this item, okay, we're going to talk. All right. Motion by Brown, second by Ham. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Passes unanimously. Thank you.
Thank you.
Say, 6 Hotel is from.
I think you should stick with that.
I think I will. I think I like that.
I'll get the NATO phonetic alphabet for everyone to learn by the next meeting. Okay, go. Jennifer.
Yeah, hi, Jennifer Rosales, Senior Transportation Engineer. I'd like to start to ask if you'd like us to give a brief presentation or jump right into questions.
Someone from the public pulled this. Is that correct? Someone from the public pulled H? Someone like, oh, here we go. We've got some folks from the public. So let's hear from the public, Jennifer, then we'll hear for some questions. Thank you.
Okay, all right.
Roundabouts, Don Bascom first up, then Steve Swartz, then Len Mathis. Lee. So Don Bascom, you're up. No Don Bascom? All right. Steve Swartz. And then Len, and then Brenda Miller.
Good evening, Council. I must apologize. I had no idea. I've lived in Forester Ranch for 25 years. I've lived up I've been traveling that road quite often in those 25 years, and I was unaware that the city was entertaining cutting the lanes in half. So I didn't see anything about the prior meetings that they were talking about, or the sessions they had to study it. It just seems to be counterintuitive that if, I know most of you don't travel on that road, you're on the south end of town, but during the rush hours, in the morning time or in the evening time, that road gets pretty packed. And to think to go ahead and reduce it by 50%, when you're going to be adding at least 50% traffic when you have La Plata tying it and dumping into it. I don't understand what kind of logic was being applied to this. I understand that they would like to slow down and reduce traffic, and maybe by eliminating one of the lanes in each way, they're going to do that. But people are kind of stuck in that area, and they really don't have any place to go. So it's going to just simply increase and possibly become more of a hazard to have that much more traffic being squeezed into one lane each way. So I'm sorry I'm so behind the wheel on this after everyone's been discussing it, but I think it's really a bad idea, and hopefully you can push it back and we can talk about it some more. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Len Mathis.
Yeah, it's Lee Mathis.
Sorry about that, Lee.
No, that's all right. It's my printing. You can't read. No, my house is actually located right above that where this design is going in, and I love the idea personally. I mean, I traveled a lot in Europe, and I like roundabouts, and I think they work really well. And my experience is they actually move traffic better than stop signs. I mean, the stop signs that exist actually stop traffic, whereas the roundabouts actually make things flow smoother. So I think perhaps people unfamiliar with using them, or they haven't really had the experience using them that much, really don't understand how efficient they are at actually moving traffic. So I just found out about it, and I love your design. I think it looks great on paper. So I'm as close as anybody can be. I'm right there. Anyway, thank you.
Thanks, Lee. Brenda Miller.
Good evening. As predicted, I'm in full support of what the engineers are proposing, and I would like to take the time to address some of the concerns with lane reduction. If you have two lanes of travel going the same direction, that's going to have several consequences that will diminish the safety of the roundabout. Number one, you will encourage speeding because one lane will be passing another lane. One motorist will be passing another motorist. That automatically undermines the very purpose of the roundabout, which is to slow the higher volume of traffic down. And as this gentleman remarked, you can get smoother flow, more efficient flow, because the only time anyone has to stop is when a pedestrian crosses their path. Roundabouts are what the Federal Highway Administration calls a proven safety countermeasure, and you can Google that phrase. It's well known. The other consequence of having two lanes in each direction that is a bad idea is it complicates the relationship once people approach the roundabout. Who goes first? Who goes where? And I think that would be a bad idea, particularly because this is really our first community roundabout project. And I think in that sense, it's a test case. And we need to follow the book on this and make it as user-friendly and as safe as possible for all users. But again, I love the design. This is going to set a standard, my hope is, for the entire community and for Orange County as a whole. So I am in complete support, so thank you very much.
Thank you. Jennifer, I got a few questions. Anybody have any questions for Jennifer about this? I got a few questions. First off, we talk about the average daily trips increasing from 4,000 to 6,000 to 8,000. Now, is there a corresponding reduction in average daily trips coming the other way, coming from Camino de los Mares?
You mean like a reduction on the other streets, or?
Yes, if these average daily trips are increasing from 4,000 to 6,000 to 8,000, are there going to be corresponding reductions in average daily trips in some other place along some roadway that will correspond to these?
Yes, there may be. And in the Lapata extension, in the traffic studies that were done for the environmental impact report, there was significant amount of work done and looking at different modeling. So there may be some streets that experience a little bit less traffic, and others that have an increase just in the change of the travel behavior with the new connection and opening of the street. Before I get started, I also want to introduce the rest of the team that's here. I have Tom Frank, Transportation Engineering Manager, Rock Miller, one of our consultants, and then Michael Walwork, who's an expert in roundabouts, is here to support it with any specific questions regarding that. But there was a full traffic study done, and but for these particular streets, for Camino del Rio and Camino de los Mares, both of those are projected to increase with that extension and the opening. And also with the regional growth in the area, those new growth areas may decide to use the new corridors once it's open.
But it would seem to me that if we have the same number of houses in that neighborhood, the average daily trips is going to stay exactly the same, whether you come back to your house from Camino del Rio in the future, or whether you come to your house and get off the freeway at De Los Mares. It would seem to me that if the average daily trips are going to increase by 2 or 4,000, then at some other place they're going to have to decrease. Where did we count average daily trips for this study? What specific spot?
Traffic counts were conducted both at the intersections and looked at peak hour intersection counts, as well as average daily traffic counts on Camino del Rio between Sarmentoso and Camino de los Mares.
So this is on Camino del Rio.
That's correct.
Between Sarmentoso and De los Mares.
Correct.
That's where the average traffic count goes from 4 to 6 to 8?
That's correct.
On that stretch of highway?
That's correct.
Well, that would seem that it would have to go down at some other entry there.
Well, I
wouldn't
think it depends, because I think the only traffic you'll see that will have a measurable increase would be people not going to that area, but through that area, to either the new Sprouts, to the movie theater from the Talega area, or from, the hospital from San Juan Capistrano. So it's not necessarily the traffic in the neighborhood. I think you'll see a fairly consistent flow. It's people navigating through there to another location where they can't do that currently.
And I'll let Tom Frank, since
Okay.
he's been our liaison with the Lapata extension.
Thank you.
Right. I think I understand your point, Mayor. And if we didn't receive any influx of new traffic coming from Lapata and the connection with Camino del Rio, and it was purely just, we're looking at the net of our community alone, your point is exact. And we would, in that particular case, we would then see a reduction in traffic on a parallel street, which is Camino Veracruz. However, the modeling doesn't predict things exactly. They look at where traffic's generated and and destinations where traffic's flowing to. And as a whole, right when it opens, if there were no drastic changes in commuter patterns and people going to different businesses and work and school routes, there would be likely a net reduction on Camino Veracruz. But we can't predict that kind of exact type of traffic projections. But when you look at it as a whole system, we're pretty confident that traffic counts are going to go immediately up to 6,000 or in that range. And then, as Jennifer mentioned, the growth projections for the region, like Rancho Mission Viejo and other areas north of us, those will also increase the traffic on all of the streets in the region, not just Camino del Rio.
Okay. I got a couple more points I want to make. This proposal talks about reducing 4 lanes down to 2 lanes and putting in a center left turn lane. Now, we restriped Vaquero through Shore Cliffs a year ago, and we had these same discussions about how the center left turn lane down Vaquero made things less safe for bicyclists. But I'm having a hard time understanding why it's less safe on Vaquero, but here it's okay on Del Rio. Can you explain that for me, Tom?
Yeah, sure I can. On Camino del Rio, there's definitely some differences which we can highlight. There's people are using that center turn lane as a means to stop, pull over into the center, and then turn into their driveways. So there's driveways which line.
You said Del Rio, you meant Vaquero.
Yeah, I
okay,
meant
thank
Vaquero,
you.
excuse me. On Camino del Rio, there are no driveways. There's just residential roadways connecting to Del Rio. So that's one major difference. And if you recall, through our discussions, we did add center turn lanes on Avenida Vaquero. So there are actually center turn lanes at key intersections on Avenida Vaquero. So in that sense, they are similar. We could put medians through Camino del Rio between the intersections. They're not needed to be dual left-hand turn lanes. However, that's a significant increase in cost, and we wanted to be cost-conscious with this first project. So since there's no driveways along that roadway, you really don't need dual center turn lanes that entire stretch. The striped areas could be it's a striped median, which we'll likely review, or it could be even a hard median, and then we design in left-hand turn pockets at the intersections. So, and then to address, and I know Jennifer was planning to do this, and we do have our design team experts here as well, but if I could simply, hopefully address the issue of whether we should keep 4 lanes between the intersection control or the roundabouts, or keep it at 2. On roadway design, the controlling factor is really the intersection control. So the segments in between the intersections really don't matter as far as moving traffic through that segment quicker or slower. And in fact, that was a lot of the discussions we had during the general plan update. And we don't have segments now, where that's not a part of the measure for traffic capacity and our mobility element. So what we're really focusing on is the intersection control, and the roundabouts are by far the most efficient form of intersection control while addressing all of the community needs. And one problem with, if we just went from a single lane roundabout to the 4-lane configuration, would be the weaving then. If you can envision coming out of here and you had the 4 lanes, people they'd come into 1 lane approaching the roundabout. Upon leaving it, then they'd go back to a 2-lane configuration. Some people would pass, and then when they got to the next roundabout, then they'd have to merge again. So it's an unnecessary merging, and we found driver behavior. Once you open it up to 2 lanes, you will have the more aggressive drivers either passing on the left-hand side or the right-hand side. So it does increase the risk of accidents. And by keeping it 1 lane, you're not reducing the capacity of the roadway, and you are increasing the safety for all users. So that's the reason why we kept it 1 lane throughout the segment.
Well, that doesn't make any sense at all to me, that you take a roadway from 2 lanes to 1 lane and you don't decrease its capacity at all.
No, you don't, because it's controlled by the intersection. Only so many cars can get through each of these intersections per hour. So in between these intersections, I know it seems counterintuitive, and that I completely get that, I understand that, but it's really controlled by the capacity of the intersection.
It's interesting, as you think about, you take...
Well, then, let me finish,
Yeah.
Tim.
Okay.
So then, if we're going to reduce this from 1 lane to 2 lane, maybe the roundabout expert can fill me in on this, because I have been through some roundabouts in Europe, and some of them are very large, and they seem to work just fine. I mean, they seem to work just fine with many lanes of traffic. Big cities I mean, my goodness, Washington, D.C. has roundabouts that have, I don't know, 3 or 4 lanes of traffic that work just fine. So I don't understand the rush to make it 1 lane here. I don't get that.
Okay. Well, the first thing to remember about roundabouts is they force everybody to go slow. Okay, and we achieve that slowness by the amount of deflection we put through the roundabout. And by making drivers go slower, it means that drivers coming in from the side streets need much smaller gaps to enter the intersection. Because they need smaller gaps, you get an increase in capacity of the roundabout. And typically a roundabout, because of the lower speeds and the smaller gap requirements, has about 30% higher capacity than the same intersection under traffic signal control. And I found that out in Australia a long time ago. Pulled out a signalised intersection at a ramp, replaced with the roundabout.
Sir, I'm sorry to interrupt you, sir, but we have no discussion, we have no disagreement on that part.
Right.
I'm concerned about, we agree this shouldn't be a signalized intersection. We agree it shouldn't be a four-way stop. We're okay with that. I'm concerned about 2 lanes of traffic going through a roundabout, why this is so special when so many other roundabouts around the world are so much larger than this and work fine.
Roundabouts are designed to accommodate the volume of traffic going through it. A one-lane roundabout can handle about 20,000 cars a day. And if you want to get a good illustration of that, go to San Diego, go to La Jolla Boulevard. La Jolla Boulevard, before I got involved in it, was a 5-lane road with signals, and I redesigned it through a community process down to 2 lanes with 5 one-lane roundabouts. At the time, it was carrying 20,000 cars a day on La Jolla Boulevard. You go down there now, it's carrying 20,000 cars a day. And yet, it's a 2-lane road with 5 roundabouts, 1-lane roundabouts on it, okay? Which is about 5 times the capacity at Del Rio as it is today. Okay?
And this, by definition, is a 1-lane roundabout?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah. And the big difference you also see with La Jolla Boulevard is because the vehicles are going slower, pedestrians can now cross the road, right, almost at will. And in fact, when we went there, the parents told us that they had to drive their kids across the road to school and so forth. When I was last there, I saw children crossing the road without adults. That's the difference a roundabout will bring to this environment.
And you're convinced that this is not going to back up traffic at rush hour, morning and evening?
Absolutely.
Okay.
Yeah.
One more question. How about the drivers that are going to use other streets? What's the name of Sarmentoso to get out and go to Camino de los Mares? What's the thought about people avoiding this second roundabout?
That would be unusual to do that, because if you go through a roundabout, you'll find at Del Mares, right, if you go through that roundabout, instead of the stop signs that are there now, you'll get through that intersection a lot faster than you do with the stop control. Second, when you get down to the signal, right, at Sarmiento, at Del Mares.
It is difficult to say, Sarmentoso, but yeah.
Because my accent is even harder. But when you get down that signal, when I last went through there, when you're on the through road, okay, you got a lot of green time. When you're Sarmiento, you got backed up and you had a very long wait. So if you put a roundabout in at the 4-way intersection, then you'll get through there quicker, get down to the signal, and you'll almost always have a green at the signal. So that will be the quickest way to get through there, rather than going down and getting held up with a red light.
Okay, thank you. Who else got some questions?
I have a question for Tom or Jennifer.
Okay.
It's an easy one. In the staff report, the current speed limit's 40 miles an hour. I didn't see what the posted speed limit would be after these improvements. Are you bringing it down to 30 or 35 or 25?
Well, the design speed for the roundabouts is maximum 20 miles an hour when you're going around the roundabout.
What's going to be the posted speed limit?
The posted speed would remain 40 until we get the traffic counts. It posted speeds based on 85th percentile speed, so we'd have to do the traffic counts and do the speed counts, do a speed survey to find out what the resultant 85 percentile speed is, and once we have that, if it is lower, we could lower the speed limit.
Oh, that, people make fun in Laguna Niguel about how the speed limit is 50 miles an hour between stoplights at each corner. So, it's physically impossible to get up to 50 before you hit a stoplight. Are you sure keeping it at 40 makes sense if you're expecting the roundabout speed to be 20?
What Jennifer explained is correct, whereas we're required by state law to do speed surveys to determine what the 85th percentile is, and that's how we set our speed limits. What I've found through corridors which have been redesigned, many are which Michael's been involved in, is you find a lowering of the speed limit. You actually find that the corridor's more efficient and cars are moving through there at a quicker pace, so there's less delay, but the overall speed limit is lower. So two corridors that I'm familiar with, they went from 40-mile-an-hour speeds, and after the speed surveys and the roundabouts were implemented,
we agree on that? And I didn't want this to be a long conversation. It's just like, so shouldn't we just post at 35 now? Or
no, we can't.
Can we plan that study then?
Yes,
for
we'll
once this
plan it
project is
shortly
completed,
thereafter.
so that we make that adjustment? Because I agree with you. I think that it's going to be the traffic diet is going to pay off. So, okay, thank you. That's okay. Well, we've got a lot to do tonight, so I think I'm good.
I have a question for staff. And Tom, you kind of answered it. Jennifer, you can answer it completely. The roundabouts that we are installing, initially they're going to be painted only? Is that what I heard?
No. What you're seeing in the graphic, the green, they'd actually be landscaped with a drought-tolerant landscaping. The red around the center is a truck apron, and so, they would be physically with
That was my question. So the
concrete.
truck apron's going to be some sort of slant so that trucks can drive
a
around
mountable,
for emergency
exactly.
access and vehicles?
Yes.
Perfect. Before we move this item, I just want to say thank you to staff. You guys did a tremendous job. I am so excited for this to happen in other parts of the community, and much like Mr. Swartz is concerned, I had very similar concerns with pretty much every single traffic reduction, traffic calming measure that Tom Frank brought before Jennifer brought. And since we've implemented a lot of these changes that intuitively don't seem like good ideas, once we implement them, they seem like the best ideas ever, and why we didn't do that 10 years ago, I don't know. So I'm very excited. Staff, thank you for doing a fantastic job on this report, and I, for one, look forward to it. So,
Can I just?
Please.
Okay. I want to comment and commend staff for the work you did on this. 2 community meetings in that area where you had workshops on this. This, to me, seems like the smoothest project that I have seen. I don't know if you feel that way, but from my, perspective, it seems like that. All of the residents that attended were all in favor of this and made comments that they could cross to get to the grass median across the street and safer for their kids. But this project, I think, is really necessary to control and protect the neighborhood from the increased traffic that is going to happen with the Del Rio extension. And I think the neighborhood recognized that. And you guys definitely communicated that well. So, I agree. I don't think the roundabouts are going to make the traffic stop. So I don't think the traffic's going to back up on that. And because it was supported by the residents, I think this is just a great thing. And you're timing it to where you're going to be doing it before the La Pata extension opens. That is just kudos to you for doing that. Just great timing and in getting this worked out. So thank you very much.
No, I got my questions answered. I would be curious just in terms of, because I'm supportive of it, but I'd love to know just some technical detail about narrowing and roundabouts and the efficiency of them. If you have some links or articles or stuff that would be interesting to read, I'd love to see them. You could send them to Tom and forward it on there. It's kind of intrigued me a little bit, so any data you have would be great to review.
It does look like some I mean, just to me, let's say north is up. In the southwest corner there, if you go around the roundabout and then you're going to exit the roundabout there, you've got to avoid all that green stuff there to get back to the roadway here. I mean, why do we do that? Why can't you come out of that roundabout and go straight ahead? You've got to do a little S turn there.
I want to answer that question, Bob. So guys in Corvettes don't pin it, come around the corner. That's exactly what would happen.
Well,
Bob, I'm not saying you have a heavy foot. I'm just saying it's made of lead, right? So.
The reason we put that in, as I said, the most important thing with the roundabout design is speed control. And if we allowed them to come straight out of the roundabout, the speeds would go up. And when the speeds go up, driver yield rate to pedestrians at the crossings go way down. And there's been studies done recently for the US Access Board and found that you get a 40–50% reduction in yield rates as drivers exit roundabouts faster than they go into it. So as a pedestrian advocate, I would never design a fast roundabout because it puts the pedestrians in danger.
But all the other corners have fast roundabout exits. All the other corners except that one have roundabout exits that are okay, that are normal to me.
That was just the shape of the intersection. One of the things I had to do with the roundabout design was to move the roundabout to the east to avoid any property impacts on the west side of it. And that put the roundabout off-centre, and so the west side is different to the east side. But when I did my speed checks through the roundabout, the speed of vehicles going through each movement is almost the same. And that's why it's a little odd shape, because I had to do that to get that speed control.
I know. Everybody's confident except me, so I'm going to be
The only
quiet
guy who
about it
owns
here.
a Corvette doesn't want it to be
Yeah, there you go.
slow through the intersection.
I want you to know my Camry could make that just fine.
I would add, sir, that I've got over 500 roundabouts on the ground, so I know it works that way.
I got you. And I'm looking for you if this doesn't, okay?
I'll be here.
Somebody want to make a motion here? Or more discussion?
I'll
or-
move the item.
Motion by Brown, second by Ham. All in favor? Aye. Any opposed? Passed unanimously. Thank you very much.
Thank you, guys. Look how excited Brenda is back there.
Okay, that's H. Now, let's go to L.
I'm 6 Lima.
Six, yeah, okay, Randy's got his NATO alphabet. All right. Mr. Little, please tell me how spending $60,000 to count trees in the city of San Clemente is going to save us more money than $60,000.
Well, first of all, the tree inventory is the first step in satisfying the general plan calling for a new tree policy. We can't manage something if we don't know what it is. I would be analogous to trying to reconcile a checkbook without knowing the withdrawals and the deposits. It's just not possible. By having a tree inventory done, we will know the status and the health conditions and the estimated lifespans left in our urban forest. We'll know the diversity of our species, which is critical. We learned that after Dutch elm disease and the ash borer came in and decimated entire community forests. It's very critical to have diversity in a healthy, sustainable urban forest. We don't know how many species of any tree that we currently have. I went out and did some random sampling, and we've got trees, example on Princessa. We have never maintained any trees on Princessa. If you measure the right-of-way, every tree on Princessa is ours, as an example. I'm not saying that's everywhere, but I took about 10 or 12 different streets, and the trees that are in the right-of-way on both sides of those streets, we have never touched because they didn't think they were in the right-of-way. But they are public trees. It's also critical for formulating a budget to manage and keep a healthy urban forest, which will save us money over time in replacement trees and unnecessary maintenance work on trees that are about to expire, that type of thing. The other option is to be able to know all the, what's the word I'd want to use? Trees that shouldn't be where they are and could potentially bring claims to the city. I feel that's critical, the safety of the community being the number one thing. Given that and the fact that we would then know the exact size of our canopy, we would know how much rain, the first 10% of every rainfall event is sequestered in the canopy of the urban forest. It helps filter through the stormwater pollution that's the runoff. It helps filter all of that. We would have all of that knowledge base and then be able to formulate an urban forest management plan and then a tree policy for the city.
You sold me. Thank you. Sure. Anybody else have any questions?
I'll move the item for you.
Okay. Motion by Donchak, second by Baker. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Passed unanimously. Thank you, sir.
Great job,
forward to
Randy.
this.
Thanks for the good work.
Randy, Bravo Zulu.
Item O. Before I move to item O, I just want to bring up a point of order. I'm not going to be here this evening, I don't believe, to read resolution ordinance number 1617 for a second reading. So I'd like to move that item up. So
That's
that we
good,
can.
because I may not be here either.
Well, there we go, perfect. So, if that's.
Which item is that, Craig?
Number 1617, regulation short-term lodging units. It's resolution to ordinance's second reading. 12A.
We'll move that up to, the end of the consent calendar here then.
Perfect, okay.
Okay, is that all right with everybody?
Yeah. Good. So with that, I pulled item O. I'm excited about this letter that we're drafting. I would just ask that we strike the last two paragraphs of the letter. Other than that, I'm completely comfortable with the rest of this letter.
So you want to scratch the paragraph that begins with the key to getting people?
Yep.
And
then
many cities and
many
counties?
cities.
Okay.
And I think the rest of it is spot on. It says exactly what we want to say as the city council, and I can support it 100%.
Isn't this language we've used in previous letters?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
Okay.
Everybody okay with that?
With that, I'll move the item with the proposed amendment to cut the third and fourth paragraph.
The only thing that I would say on these templates is they have that term, "I regret to inform you," that I've never really liked very much. And it's not, I don't know, the wordsmithing is immaterial. It's just on behalf of City of San Clemente, we would like to inform you of our opposition to, there's no regret. We don't agree. And
I think that's a good idea.
This come from the guy who apologized last week?
Okay, go
Yeah,
ahead.
exactly. Yeah. I apologize. I'm sorry that I even said I'm sorry.
Say that out. Say that out.
So I think on behalf, it says, Senator Liu, on behalf of the City of San Clemente, I regret to inform you of our opposition to Senate bill. And I would just say to your Senate, on behalf of the City of San Clemente, I want to inform you of our opposition to Senate bill.
Okay,
I
so
wish you informed.
I wish to inform you.
I amend my motion to include not only my edited changes, but also Tim's.
Okay. Motion by Ham,
Second?
second by Ward. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Passes unanimously.
No regrets.
And we have a card on 12A.
All right, we are going to talk about short-term lodging here. So I have one card. If anybody else wants to speak about it, please fill out another card.
You
Yes,
have
sir.
to excuse me, Mayor Baker, while I recuse myself due to the fact that my wife is involved in the real estate industry, which has an effect on this bill, or may have an effect on it.
Okay. All right, Mr. Worth.
Hi, I'm a resident of San Clemente. First, want to thank the city for the beautiful new walkway they put at the El Portal, or 204 is what we call it. It's wonderful. I was wondering if somebody could explain what you're doing here. Is it just reading and approving? I'm just worried about the number of temporary residences or short-term lodging units that are coming into the neighborhood. And I'd be happy just to listen to what you're going to, the second reading. I wasn't here for prior readings, and so I wrote out something, but it may not even be important for me to read it. If you could, somebody would explain what we're thinking of doing, the city's thinking of doing.
Sir, we've got just the man to do that, and he's sitting right there.
Thanks, Mayor and Council. As the speaker intuited, it takes 2 votes on an ordinance to pass it, and so this is a second vote. In a nutshell, what this ordinance does is defines with greater specificity what a vacation rental is. It has a lot of very strict new regulations with regard to existing vacation rentals, and it freezes the number of new rentals that might be established in the city.
Well, I'm surrounded by 2 vacation rentals right now, and it's quite disturbing, even during the week. So,
You can tell him about the planning commission. Okay. Can I
Thanks.
comment to him? real
Sure.
quick? This ordinance just deals with regulations for noise and limiting that and defining them. But right now, there's a process going through with the Planning Commission where they're looking at this use. So your letter and your comments should be given to the Planning Commission so that they understand that. You can show up to their meeting. But also, if you have a letter directed to us also, because the matter will be coming back to us after that.
Well, you sent a notice, and I was out of town on business. I got the notice. I asked my assistant, when is it coming up before the council? And she said, at 5:30 tonight, she said, it's coming tonight. So I will put it in letter form, and I will do that. And thank you.
The Planning Commission will be looking at this in great detail, as we have, so.
All right, thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. Jennifer Massey.
Good evening, and thank you again very much for all of your hard work and considering all of our problems and issues. But our house has been, well, it was run by a San Clemente rental company until one April. We didn't have any guests for the summer, and I called them up and I said, I'm getting really anxious. We don't have any guests signed up. And they said, we said, well, we're really not getting any more rentals. And I said, why is that? And they said, and that was in 2008. Everybody's going on Verbo. So right away, we checked out what that was and put our house on Verbo and have been running it ever since. This past week, we signed a contract with a management company known as Turnkey. We interviewed 2 other companies, Seabreeze and B-Side Rentals. We chose Turnkey. I was very impressed with their contract that they have with tenants, guests, whatever you want to call them. It says in the contract that if there's a disturbance, if the neighbors have to call code enforcement or the police or something else because of excessive noise after hours or some kind of bad behavior, they will be fined and expelled from the house immediately. So I thought that was probably a better way to go than our trying to do it when we're sometimes very far away and really can't monitor what's going on. We try very hard to get a good guest, obviously, because it's in our house where we live. It's our permanent residence for half the year at least. So we don't want it wrecked either, and we certainly don't want to disturb our neighbors. So I think that this may be possibly something that the city may decide is something that could also be considered as included in people who are going to rent their house out, is that they have something really strong in their contracts if they're going to be close by and be able to monitor it, or if they're going to be far away like we are most of the time, that there will be a company that will be in charge. And I'm going to give my neighbors the information of the company that we've hired so that if they're upset, somebody is not following the rules of a city, that they can be called and have something done about it right away. So,
Thank
you for listening.
Any other cards on this item? Yes, sir. Oh, sorry. Please come and speak. Your name, sir?
Yeah, I would just like to kind of implore the city to really consider this vacation rental, because what it's doing, and I've been a resident here since the 70s, what it's doing is changing the character of our city. I think what's not being considered is what's happening. We were talking before about homeless people, and the cities before looked at affordable housing. You're running people out of town is what you're doing and not knowing it. When there are people that have a lot of money that don't live here, they're buying these homes, they're renting them out for income. All right? And when they do that, that's a home that's not occupied by somebody who could live here. Also, the people that do come here, some of them are not familiar with our country or our laws. Some of the beach problems with dogs and stuff are vacation rentals. Some of the people walking across the tracks really need to think about this. It's changing the city, and I would just ask you to do that. Thank you.
All right, sir. You had a couple of things here, 9B and 7B. Did you,
Yeah.
you're going to talk about 7B also when it comes up?
Well, one thing I would want to talk about, as far as the city is to place this agenda. I'm winging all this tonight. A friend called me and told me about this, okay? The city, if you look at your website, on the promises you make to us as residents, you promise to have open government. Mr. Ham, I have a concern about that, especially being a veteran, what I heard tonight. And I would like the city to take a look at that. If there's some kind of secret government, city government deals going on, or things that are being kept from the public, like the gentleman before alluded to, you know, I don't think that's very good. The agenda is to be placed on the internet for the community, so we know what you're talking about. That's not done.
Sir, it's done every week. Every 2 weeks, it's on the city website. It's readily available.
Sir, for this meeting tonight, it is not listed. It's supposed to be listed.
Would you pull it up, please, Laura?
You promised open.
We'll do it in a second. I want to demonstrate here where it is, sir. It maybe you haven't been there, maybe.
I was on there tonight, sir, before I came to the meeting.
You say it is on there or it is not?
It's not.
It's not on there. All right, well, we'll go to the San Clemente website and see if it is.
Okay. And the other thing that I had listed, again.
Let's do one thing at a time here. See where it says agendas there?
I just got to it in 10 seconds.
Okay. City website, agendas, 2016, there you go. It's, you know, sometimes the websites are difficult to navigate, I get that, but you'll find it next time. All right, thank you.
I'll go back through that website and I'll show you where you can go on that website and it tells you that the agenda is not posted, because I looked at it this evening.
Send that to me send that to the city manager. Would you please give him your card, James? Thank you.
And I'm very serious about the issue of, you know, an allegation being made of government being kept from the people, or that will not go any further than, you know.
Sir, there is none of that going on. Anybody that makes that accusation has no idea what they're talking about.
From this podium. So
I got it, but
Okay.
that doesn't mean it's true.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, are you going to make a motion?
You want to read it?
Yeah, I move that we adopt ordinance number 1617 entitled an ordinance of the City Council of the City of San Clemente, California, amending San Clemente Municipal Code Section 1.16.030 regarding violations of state or federal law, Chapter 3.24, Articles 1 and 3 regarding short-term lodgings, Section 8.48.040 regarding general noise regulations, and Section 9.16.010 regarding loud and unruly gatherings, and adding Chapter 9.20 regarding repeat nuisance service call fee.
Second.
Motion by Ham, second by Ward, all in favor? Aye. Any opposed? Passes unanimously.
I'm opposed, and I'd like to explain why. I am very supportive of all 19 pages of this ordinance, except for 3.24.180D, which puts the freeze on permits as of 5:30 on February 2nd, 2016. I appreciate the good work that my colleagues have done and regret that I can't vote yes on this, because I think that the cap or the freeze was an unnecessary step given the work that the Planning Commission is doing as we speak.
Okay, sorry about that. It's 3-1 with Don Check opposed.
Before we move on.
But it still passes.
Yeah. Before we move on, I'd just like to offer, sir, if you'd like to come City Hall, just like the individual who made those comments earlier, you can come and meet with me anytime. And we can sit down and talk about whatever you'd like to sit and talk about.
I would very much like to do that.
Yeah. You're more than welcome to do so.
Okay. Somebody want to go get Tim? Moving right along.
The public hearing process includes a staff presentation, a presentation by the applicant not to exceed 10 minutes, and public testimony not to exceed 3 minutes per speaker. Following closure of the public hearing, the City Council will respond to questions raised during the hearing, discuss the issues, and act upon the matter by motion. The first public hearing is to consider a city-initiated proposal to amend the code of the City of San Clemente to prohibit smoking at the beach and trail access points.
Good evening. I'm Pam Passo. I'm the Assistant Beaches, Parks, and Recreation Director. How are you all? So tonight before you, we are asking for an expansion of a smoking ban to include the beach and trail access points. Can you hear me? Yeah. Okay. Doesn't seem as loud as it normally does. I will try to speak up. So in your report, you can see that we have had passed quite a few things over the years. So smoking has been banned in a lot of public spaces, including our beaches, our trails, our parks, and someone from the public had brought this up, and it was something that the commission, the Beaches, Parks, and Recreation Commission, also recommends, is to include the access points. And so the access points would be sort of like at El Portal, there's the stairs that go down. The complaints are that there's a lot of people that are smoking on the stairs as people are trying to walk by. Also, as people are trying to exercise on the different stairs, they're also complaining that people are smoking as they're trying to exercise, which is not conducive to exercising. And so they thought, the Beaches, Parks, and Recreation Commission also thought we should probably add that to the trail access points, not just at the beach, but also in our other city trails, and to include that as well. So this would be beach access points and also including the trail access points. So that way, as people are about to start going onto a trail to go hiking or exercising, that there's not somebody smoking right there at the trail entrance. And so this was the idea behind this. And so in front of you, you do have a sample ordinance to amend 8.64.170 and 8.64 1.140. I should have said that opposite. So staff is recommending to approve this, and I'm happy to answer any questions that you may have. Thank you.
I'll make a motion if nobody has any questions.
I've got one question. How many urns are we talking about putting in?
Only if they're needed. So
Okay.
we really want to look and see if they are necessary.
Okay.
Most of the access points we don't feel are probably necessary. So we really want to look at that and really determine what may or may not be needed.
Okay.
There is money already in the parks maintenance budget to be able to add them if they're needed.
Is part of that budget also for repairing some of the ones down at T Street that are capless?
Yes.
Okay, well, can we
We'll look
put
into
that, do we need that on the agenda, City Attorney? No, that's humor, sorry.
We'll look into that.
Yeah, thanks.
Yeah, sorry.
On the side.
Okay. Thank you.
You're welcome.
We'll get that taken care of, okay. Anybody? Oh, yeah, public hearing. Would anybody like to speak about this issue? You would like to speak about smoking at the public access point, sir?
Just to say that I thoroughly agree with him.
Okay. Okay. Seeing no one else wishing to speak, I'll close the public hearing. That comment was from the audience member that said he was fully supportive of this issue. So I'll close the public hearing. I'll entertain a motion.
I move that we introduce ordinance number 1618 entitled, an ordinance of the City Council of the City of San Clemente, California, amending Chapter 8.64 of the San Clemente Municipal Code to modify Section 8.64.140 entitled Beaches Smoking Prohibited, and Section 8.64.170 titled Public Trails Smoking Prohibited.
Second.
Motion by Ham, second by Ward. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Passes unanimously. Thanks.
Thanks, Pam.
For the next item, I move that we continue the public hearing on zoning amendment 15-225. Oh, do you have cards on this item? Okay. I can make the motion anyway, right?
Sure.
Okay. Continue the public hearing on zoning amendment 15-225, general plan amendment 16-002, sign exception permit and sign ordinance amendments to the city council meeting of March 1st, 2016.
And just for your information, folks, staff has recommended that we delay this until March 1st, that meeting. But since you're here and I've got these cards, we've entertained a motion. Will someone second that? Second by Ham. And we'll have everyone speak, then we'll vote on the motion. And so Mr. Avra first, then Gregory D. Briggs, and then Paul Chopra, and then Steve Knobloch.
Yeah, I think George might, George, I think he left, Mr. Gregory, George Gregory. However, okay, I'm Lou Avra. Thanks for the opportunity to speak on this. I realize it's put off, and I appreciate the opportunity. As you know, I was on the Planning Commission from 2005. Oh, I'm going to get 3.5 minutes here. Oh, this is great. No, I won't use that by any means. Contrary to what you believe, I won't talk that long. However, I was on the Planning Commission from 2005 to 2013 for those 8 years, and as you would know, was involved in so many of the things that went on here in the city during that time, and including such things as signage, et cetera. A lot of the building, of course, the outlet mall was developed during that time. And I know what's going on here. I'm aware of how, particularly on the outlet mall, how signs were developed initially. There was a plan done. There was a lawsuit. They were kicked out. And I know that I think there's something going on with the city right now with them, but I don't want to get into that at all. I want to just speak sort of in a conceptual way here on this tonight, and that is this, that, and there are a lot of other folks in the city who have interest in signs, et cetera, but what I want to do is simply perhaps suggest that we don't get too narrow on this, that we're able to look at this sign ordinance situation. And by the way, I was on GPAC when this was all worked on as well, but that we look at it perhaps in terms of not just signage and size, but identity, and understand the need for identity of the business operations and the things that are going on in the city. And the way some of these folks get their identity is through something called signage. But I just want to encourage us to think in terms of identity as we work through this. And the words came out of my mouth when I looked at the Sun Post this past Friday, and the picture on the front of the Sun Post of the mural that's just been painted on Hanson's Market. And the city planning staff, Adam Armanian, his comment down there, he was quoted as saying, "Oh, this is going to be a great thing because this mural is going to be available to people when they come off the freeway. It's going to be an identity of the Ole Hansen Beach Club and encourage them to go there." And I said, this is taking the words and the thoughts right out of my mouth on signage as we go forward and what we decide to do about freeway-oriented signs in particular. It's an identity issue, not an advertising issue. And I even thought, again, I wouldn't even talk about the types of signs, but I thought, for example, on the back of the outlet mall, something in bronze pin-mounted letters just saying the San Clemente outlets or something like that. Not advertisements, but just something that would identify it to the tens of thousands of cars that go by. So that's my pitch. It's just keep in mind the broader identity as we look at this. And I'll be very interested in what comes out. I'll follow this and be at the next meeting when we take it up. So thanks again.
Gregory Briggs.
And thanks again for all of your work on this city council. You're doing a great job.
He used up part of your time, Mr. Briggs. Sorry.
All right. Good evening, Mayor and council members. My name is Greg Briggs. I represent Thrifty Oil Company, a family-owned business. Since the early 80s, Thrifty has owned 2 properties in the city of San Clemente that both have freeway signs. The 76 service station located at 1201 South El Camino Real, and the USA service station located at 590 Camino de Estrella. I'm here tonight to express Thrifty's opposition to the city's plan for the removal of Thrifty's freeway signs. A significant portion of business for both these service stations is derived from the freeway, and if you require us to take down or alter our freeway signs now or in the future, we will be irreparably harmed. Any city requirement to remove or alter freeway signs will destroy the businesses at these properties that both so critically depend on freeway customers. We are extremely disappointed with the Planning Commission's resolution. I have attended 3 public hearings on this matter, and I've yet to hear a member of the community speak out in favor of removing a freeway-oriented sign. Thrifty urges the council to reject the reject zoning amendment 15-225 and general plan amendment 16002 in their entirety to avoid the inevitable loss of business revenues and devaluation of our property that will result from the passing of these amendments. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, sir. Paul Chopra.
Good evening, council members, mayor. My name is Paul Chopra, and our family owns the Denny's here in San Clemente. I'm here to oppose any changes to the sign exception permit or any city code that'll affect the state grandfathered signage. I know many other business owners are supposed to be here tonight, but I think this thing got pushed back or postponed, so thought I'd mention that at least. At the Planning Commission, it was mentioned that signs are outdated and cell phones are kind of the new way of the future. Cell phones don't replace spontaneity. Vehicles aren't, and drivers aren't supposed to use their cell phones while driving. But think about the time you traveled on the freeway with your families and you guys are traveling somewhere and you're hungry. You look at a sign, you look for a sign and say, okay, hey, let's stop there. That's how important those signs are for us. If you think about it, billboards on the way to business and on the way to Vegas would not exist if that was the case. You have signs like McDonald's and Peggy's Diner and In-N-Out, and tells you In-N-Out coming up a mile ahead, take a right at such street. Businesses pay $3,000 to $4,000 a month for those signs, and they'd have to generate at least $300,000 to $400,000 in sales just to pay for putting up that billboard sign. It's that important, that critical to the business. Even think about if you even think about political campaigns. We use lawn signs, right? And it's that important to political campaigns as well. So signage is important to many, many things, to many other things like businesses and political campaigns, etc. In the restaurant business, $300,000 or $400,000 is a make it or break it kind of opposition there, or proposition there. It's make it or break it. Our break-even sales are about 1.3 million, and we've got Obamacare, we've got increased minimum wage, we've got sick pay. I mean, it's really hard to stay afloat as it is. It was also mentioned by other business owners. It was also mentioned that at the Planning Commission that business owners would be just fine, and we might be being overly protective. So I thought I'd give you guys a hard fact. There's Denny's out there in San Juan that closed down, but before they closed down, they lost 47% of their business when they lost their pole sign. And that's a fact. Myself and other business owners are here tonight to invest their life savings and have very many large loans on their businesses. And we bought these businesses originally. We bought this business because it was built around that sign. If we lose that sign, that hurts our business. Especially Denny's, we have kind of a topographical issue. There's no way anybody would even know we're there without that sign. And please don't forget the unanticipated value of the signs. They also bring revenue, and they bring people to the city, tourism. Anyways, I hope you guys make the right decision, and thank you for your time. I appreciate it, guys.
Thank you, Mr. Chopra. Steve Knobloch. And then Mr. Richardson, if you want to speak about this, I got that on your card also.
Mr. Mayor, members of the council, I'm here to ask that you not adopt the amendment to the ordinance for the reasons stated by the memo letter that we sent to the city back when the Planning Commission was hearing this item, for the reasons stated in that letter by Dave Sanner. I also want to ask you to consider this, when you're considering this issue, to remember that the general plan, in addition to the quality of life, which was quoted quite often at the Planning Commission, the Planning Commission discusses the business-friendly attitude of San Clemente and discusses the need to promote business and to promote jobs within the city. And I'd ask you to consider that this issue negatively impacts that essential element of the general plan. Also, during the Planning Commission hearings, there was a lot of discussion about the freeway being the main street of San Clemente. Well, the Interstate 5 isn't Del Mar or the Coast Highway. It's an interstate highway between Seattle and San Diego, with hundreds of thousands of people traveling it every day, that 99.9% of them don't live in San Clemente. And it actually has a great impact on the businesses that actually have signs that can be seen from the freeway. And this is important, and we'd ask that you not negatively impact the businesses that simply are within eyesight of the freeway, that you'd consider that and you wouldn't act to remove the ability of those businesses to have signage. Thank you for your consideration.
Thanks, sir. Mr. Richardson, you going to speak on this issue?
No, sir, I think it was for 9B.
Okay. Brad Malamud?
I want to tell you, a week or two ago, I went with my father on a trip up 99, and I'm sure a lot of you drove that in the old days. And he's 88 years old. It's nice to be able to have an 88-year-old dad who's still got a mind working. And we're driving up early in the morning. It's about 9 o'clock. We see a sign for a local restaurant. And so we stopped there and had a great time. Without that sign, we weren't stopping there. I don't think we're unique. I also think that outlawing freeway-oriented signs is not only a big mistake, but it sends a strange message to me. The message it sends to me is all those signs that are legal anywhere else in San Clemente are illegal because they face the freeway. So what we're saying to our citizens is, okay, if you see them when you drive up Pico, El Camino, Del Mar, but we're going to protect the freeway drivers from those same signs. I don't even understand the logic of that. We're capitalists. We get 1% in the city of all sales tax revenue, yet we don't want to have people know we have businesses in this town if they're driving down the freeway. The logic of that escapes me. The other thing is that we know that the freeway signs and other signs attract 30% to 50% more business. Don't we want that revenue in our town? I think if you're going to outlaw freeway and pole signs, I think we should encourage pole signs personally. But if you're going to outlaw them, why? I haven't seen a single resident, I haven't talked to one that dislikes pole signs or freeway-oriented signs. I think you've taken up a cause that nobody supports. And if you do, why don't you do a survey before you outlaw these things and see if our residents dislike freeway signs, see if they dislike pole signs. Tommy's signs is an icon, the Denny's sign's an icon. Why do we want to get rid of them? The gas station signs attracts people to use our gas stations rather than going north or south. I think as a capitalist, you should encourage them. Thank you so much.
Okay, Hiram DeFries.
Thank you very much. My name is Hiram DeFries. I represent the property owners at San Clemente Shell, 2400 South El Camino Real. I am also the owner, along with the rest of my family. We have a family-owned corporation. That station opened in the early 60s with a freeway sign. We purchased that business in 1987 for $500,000, and since that time have put in over another $500,000 for improvements along the way to keep, and are now faced with another $100,000 this year to bring our pumps into compliance with EMV. All of these things continue on. There's so much that goes on in operating a business. And I would just echo what everyone has said here, that if you take the sign away, it eliminates our business from being a viable business. I can tell you also that when our sign goes dark because the lights blow out, all the adjoining business owners contact us and tell us your lights are out, and call the sign company and get it lit again, which we do. And all of them from that, in that area benefit from that sign. Just yesterday, you know, after a long holiday, my wife and I were working at that station, and we're 75 years old, and we've been working that station ever since we've owned it. And people come in time and again, thank God I can't find a restroom along here. They come from Oceanside, and our restrooms are available. They're always open. We keep them as clean as we can, but they always tell us this is like a beacon of safety for us. To be able to come there, get in the restroom, get cleaned up, and go. Many times they don't even buy anything. But they always say, gosh, you know, it's an embodiment of the community that they think of. I mean, today I was running out there because a gentleman had left his car keys in the restrooms. But people, it's a place of safety for those people coming off that freeway as they come north after having traveled those miles without the ability to get off somewhere. And I think, and I wanted to emphasize that, because I think that's a service that we're giving to the customers going through the city of San Clemente on I-5, and they see it as a beacon of safety. And so combining that with the business side, I am not in favor of this amendment. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. Okay, anybody else like to speak about that? That was my last card. All right, seeing no one, I'll close the public hearing. We've got a motion.
Actually,
and
you're
a
going to,
second.
just for the
Sorry.
record, you're going to continue the public hearing
Correct.
to March 1st. Okay.
We'll continue the public hearing, so I'm not closing the public hearing. Thank you, Joanne. They already are. That's why they pulled it. Okay, motion by Donchak, second by Ham. All those in favor of continuing this item to the March 1st meeting, say aye. Aye. Any opposed? Passes unanimously, Joanne.
Next is a report from the Public Works Director, City Engineer, concerning the possibility of submitting a grant application to the Orange County Transportation Authority for a San Clemente trolley.
Laura. Do I have... Oh, thanks. Jennifer Rosales, Senior Transportation Engineer. So I'm just going to give a really brief presentation on the OCTA Project V grant program and potential application for a San Clemente trolley. OCTA, through its Measure M2 program, has a grant program which encourages the development of circulator shuttles and bus trolleys. The grant provides funding, if successful, of no more than $550,000 annually for a period of up to 7 years per project. There's a current call for projects out right now with the grant application due on February 29th. The city contracted with Dan Boyle and Associates to do a study on the viability of a potential bus circulator or a trolley. So one of the first things that Dan Boyle did is put together a public input survey, which was posted on the city's Facebook page, and a news link was sent to several media outlets to solicit public survey input from the public. We received over 600 responses, and over 90% of those responses were from residents of San Clemente. In summary of the survey, most of the survey respondents were very positive about a trolley concept. 87% thought a trolley would be useful to get around San Clemente, And then also the survey asked about, what are important destinations to serve, and it was asked in different ways. And the top 4 destinations that came out of the survey were Avenida Del Mar, San Clemente Pier, the outlets at San Clemente, and North Beach. This graph shows the proposed trolley route. The study looked at 3 different route alternatives, and also studied some variations of each alternative as well. This proposed trolley route is what we would call the core trolley route. It's the most cost-effective of the routes that were studied, and also with the ridership projections had the highest ridership of the different routes that were studied. This particular route, if you can follow, goes down to the pier, to up Del Mar, North El Camino Real, up to the outlets, and then also over to North Beach. It serves both Metrolink stations as well as commercial development, and we're looking at a potential of the senior center as well on Victoria. The particular stops along this route aren't set. They can be modified if we have a successful application, if the city council decides to move forward with supporting a potential application. Those stops can be set at a later date. I'll keep moving with the concept. The concept being proposed is free service and also a weekend service during the summer running from Memorial Day weekend through Labor Day weekend. The service is proposed to start on Memorial Day weekend of 2017. If the city does apply and if it's successful with the application process, it would have a 15-minute frequency and it's proposed to be an open-air trolley-type vehicle. This graph shows the cost estimates, and the San Clemente match is shown on the right. And I guess one last point I'd like to emphasize before taking questions is this particular alternative is the most cost-effective one of the ones that were studied by Dan Boyle, and staff is putting in front of you today the one that was the most cost-effective with the highest ridership numbers for consideration. With that, I'd like to entertain questions.
I got a question for you, Jennifer. That route you showed on there, how long does it take to do a round trip on that route?
That's a great question. We have that data. Unfortunately, I can't remember exactly how long it is, but it's 3 trolleys can do that route, and you can stand and catch one in 15 minutes. So I'd have to look at the study, but I would guess it would be around 30 to 45 minutes.
How many stops is it total on the route?
The stops haven't been 100% figured out yet, but the information that we had, I think it was around 10 stops.
Well, if this is such a great idea, how come OCTA isn't doing this with a bus?
I can answer that if that would help.
Yeah,
you,
that actually would help, Lori, yeah.
With my OCTA hat on. Trolleys are exceptionally good for short hops, short trips, and they tend to be more resident serving, and in this case, not necessarily workforce serving. So, and they can be designed for local needs, so they're held to kind of a different standard, but the idea is they're for short hops. So, the other thing I wanted to add to your staff report, on this particular chart, the capital costs to be exceptionally competitive with our trolley application, if we could get a third party to pay 50% of the capital costs in year 1, we get as many as 15 extra points out of 100 in our application, I think. Isn't that correct, Tom?
That's correct.
So at the Mobility Task Force, we decided to reach out to the Friends, and they had their executive meeting today, and they voted to contribute $10,000 to the project for the 50% match on the capital costs. And the idea would be that they would have their logo on the bench. You're shaking your head, you don't like the idea.
No, I don't like the idea of asking our residents to support a business-based trolley, especially somebody like the Friends who do so many good things for our community.
No, it's not a business best.
It is. I just saw the route, and it all encompasses business hubs and business bases. And the thing with this, if we're going to get into it right now, is Jennifer, thank you for doing a great job on the report. I appreciate it. And I was really excited for this trolley system.
this was your
But
initiative.
the big thing that I requested from day one, I've been very clear on, is this has to be a resident-based trolley system. And when I go through this report and I look at some of the things in the back here, like some of the requirements are for M2 funding, says that it has to be based for the community, provide community transit, community needs, transportation needs, serving the community-based circulators. It doesn't talk about commercial-based stuff, yet when I look on page attachment 2, 16-16, 98-10, it says shoppers and diners, many of whom will be visited the city, are the principal market for the trolley. That is the exact opposite of what I was trying to support and what I was hoping you guys were going to bring to us tonight.
Where do you see
So,
this?
this is on page attachment 2. It's the second paragraph down. So I, for one, I didn't like any three of these. The one that supposedly encompasses Talega doesn't even touch Talega. It skirts La Plata.
Chris,
So for me,
are you saying, I want to be clear, but you're saying that shoppers and diners would necessarily be out-of-towners?
that's what it says right here in the report. I'm not saying that. The report's saying that.
No, but I'm saying, you're saying the people who use the most would be shoppers and diners, but does it say it would be non-resident
Yes,
shoppers
would
and
be
diners?
visitors to the city. It says it very clearly right here in this paragraph, Tim. And so that's exactly what I didn't want to do with this trolley program. And so I'm not going to commit residents' dollars. I'm not going to commit M2 to something that's not going to be, as you said, service the residents in a community. You said trolleys service residents.
Well, okay.
And this doesn't do that.
Then
So-
let's not do it, because this was your initiative, and we did a lot of heavy lifting.
Well, one of my
when
concerns
you were
was,
mayor.
when we looked at the people who were invited to be
Yeah, so
in the
let's just
discussion
not do it,
panel,
Chris, 'cause this was
3
your
of the 6
initiative.
people are business. And I'm not clear on how that was, I couldn't have been any more clear when I said, let's get a resident-based trolley system. Bob had concerns about this.
Are you saying that 100% of the people that use this trolley will be visitors?
No, it says the majority will be.
Okay,
and
so-
You just yourself said it's supposed to be resident serving.
But so let's take a look at the ratios, right?
Yeah.
So let's say it's 50% visitor, 50% resident. Our San Clemente match is 10% of what the overall costs are that Measure 2 is providing. So you don't want resident money going toward it, and I'm not being argumentative. What I'm trying to do is just trying to establish that you want residents' money going to resident serving. Well, if we're 50% of the ridership and considering 10% of the costs, then what exactly are we supporting as residents for the visitors? Because, listen, I'm not one to leave money lying on the table, particularly when we've got a couple bus routes that are going to be taken away from us, prospectively, depending on what happens up there. So I'm willing to explore, I'd like to explore this. And if it means that a percentage of these are visitors projected, well, yeah, that's not as comfortable because we're supposed to be resident, but we're only contributing 10% if we hit all the right metrics to the total cost. So in terms of proportional benefit to our residents, right, to contributions, we're way ahead of the game by about 40% if it's only half and half. I suspect that it's going to be quite seasonal, that up until the busy summer months, it's probably more resident serving than it is going to be visitor serving, but there's going to be days. Well, I don't know what I'm saying is like after Memorial Day, there's going to be times in the June gloom where it's probably going to be more residents than visitors. I think you'll see proportionality. It's going to vary based on the days. But I say we take a flyer, and the only reason I say this is because we'll find out, won't we? We'll find out what percentage of visitors to residents. And in the end of the day, how much are we out? 10 grand for the first year. 10 because the friends are kicking in some funds. But you have to do that because for the match, you need better points, right? To get to that 50%, it's the contribution otherwise. Listen, for me, I've historically been not so hot on the trolley idea, but I do see it as a potential test case where the residents contribute very little to be able to see if something works.
Before we start deliberating and...
I'm sorry, I
didn't mean to jump the gun on that. So, yeah.
Are there any questions for staff? Anybody have any more questions?
I'd just like to provide one more piece of information. There's as many as 18 cities competing this time around, which is a record. And to the mayor's point, or it was to maybe Tim's point, that because there's bus service being lost in other cities, and this is seen as a real strong solution for people that might not otherwise be able to get around. So I did want to share that. So it's a very competitive round this time.
Could I just add something,
Yeah.
please? In the scoring sheet, which I guess the council may not have received, has community connections, connectivity, activity centers served by projects. And these are all 2 points: senior centers, schools, retail centers, major employment centers, medical centers, train stations. So that's what the points that are for. So it's not necessarily a residential neighborhood type trolley. And I think one of the difficulties with that is, and I think it's been proven by the transit carriers, is down here in South Orange County, it's difficult to maintain the ridership. That's why they're proposing to remove these 2 routes that we have, some of which go into residential areas. And if you look at the statistics, we don't have very much ridership on the buses in the city. So this is tried to set up for success, to try this as an experiment, as was mentioned.
So let me get this straight, Bill. They're closing down the bus routes, but they still want to tell us where to send the trolley that they're not going to pay for.
They're not telling us where to send the trolley. They're, in fact...
Well, they are by giving us those, you should go to these because you get more points if you go here.
Well,
They're absolutely trying to tell us where to go with those.
I think I've been on the OCTA committees for many years, like about 29, and the OCTA tries to set up criteria to make it objective as far as evaluating the projects that are submitted, whether they're capital projects or this. And this program is part of Measure M2, and it was only for this type of use. So they've tried to set up a program to encourage the cities and the county to make applications. And these criteria have been set up and pretty much agreed to by all the communities involved. So we're just trying to fit within the system and see if we can make something work for San Clemente.
Kathy, you got a question?
I do have a question for staff. I still cannot understand, I understand you're trying to do a core route. I don't understand how this core route gives us the highest ridership numbers. I don't see how that works.
Well, I mean, usually ridership is based upon density of population or commercial, or schools, things like that draw people to them. So that's how that route got chosen. And it was also of a length that would allow us to only have to have 3 trolleys in order to keep this 15-minute headway between being able to pick up people at different stops to encourage people to actually use the system.
Okay, so where are the riders coming from that are going to be going, because I understand these are the major destinations that have been set, but where are the riders coming from? Where are they coming from to get to these areas?
Sure. As was mentioned, we had a consultant who was helping us with the study, but the riders are coming from many different locations. What you've seen from neighboring cities, the residents will actually walk or ride a bike or even drive to a nearby pickup location and pick the trolley to go to a destination. Comments we've heard and that you can read in the studies is that they find it's fun. It's not a bus. They're not doing it to be transported. Most of the riders likely have cars and aren't necessarily having to ride public transportation, but it's a fun way to get transported or have that mobility. Other riders would likely, in this proposed route, they'd be driving to the parking lot, possibly at the outlets, and parking there, and then getting on the trolley, and then riding the fun trolley to go see the rest of the community. So I think what the consultant was trying to do is balance the initial first phase project that would have the most likely chance of being successful in the competitive process. And that, if it was successful, we'd learn from it, we'd learn what was working and where we could possibly expand upon it. I hear Councilmember Ham's position where I think a lot of the community would want it to be more community serving. The core project that's being brought before you is likely the most successful option which we have. If we expand it, it could be possibly successful, but I think the further we expand it, it's going to have less chances of being competitively successful. So, I think it's going to be a combination of people who are driving to the parking lot to park there and ride and experience San Clemente, and I think it'll be a combination of residents.
I appreciate the comments. I'd like to hear from
You got no more questions? Anybody else have any more
I
questions?
just wanted to add, I think you were in the meeting with County Supervisor Bartlett. I don't know if this came up, but you two, yeah. I don't know if she brought the trolley up, but Dana Point and San Juan at some point would be interested in, picking up the beach connection along PCH with San Clemente. But the key learnings from Dana Point and Laguna Beach is you start with your core. If we don't have 10 riders per hour, we don't get the money the next year. So you start your core, you figure out what works and doesn't work, and then in year 2 and 3, you add or modify. And 94% of the people in the survey were residents. So
Let's hear from the audience, because I think we're going to discuss this, and I think you're going to have valid points, and I'm going to have valid points. I think we're going to come to a good middle ground.
I'll open the public hearing, and got one card here. Brenda?
All right. Thank you again for entertaining this idea. I'd like to point out in the staff report, page 4, table 2, the highest average importance topics were that it be open air, it connects to Metrolink, and it accommodates beach gear. That says to me that residents think this is very, very important. But I would also like to remind everybody that a key issue that is coming down anticipated growth in this region. OCTA's Outlook 2035 predicts 1.4 million more average daily trips in 2 decades in this county. The average commute time will increase 166% one way, which means residents of this county will be spending nearly 3 hours of every day in their car going to work. This kind of trolley, I think, benefits residents, even if residents don't use it. Because the last thing we want is all of those tens of thousands of people at the outlet mall, for example, getting in their cars, and because there's no pedestrian bridge, we missed an opportunity there, linking the outlet mall to North Beach. They're going to want to come to the ocean. They're going to want to see the water's edge. But with a trolley like this, they don't have to get in their car, clog up our parking lots, clog up our roadways, and the people that arrive by Metrolink have an opportunity to take a trolley and see the rest of San Clemente instead of being trapped there at the pier or in North Beach. So I think look at this and compare the cost of traffic and congestion relief. We don't have to build a damn parking garage. We don't have to build more parking. Let's try this. And it needs to accommodate bikes with one of the racks in the front. Notice that it will accommodate beach gear, hopefully. So that says to me user-friendly. So please give it a chance. Thank you.
Okay, any other folks like to speak about this issue? Seeing no one, I'll close the public hearing. And anybody want to?
Mr. May, let me add one more item if I could to this. I currently serve as the chair of the Technology and Infrastructure Committee for the Association of California Cities of Orange County. One of the items that I've been pursuing pretty heavily is a effort to try and use ride-sharing companies as a last-mile connector for cities like ours who struggle with ridership on bus lines. And so the idea would be that you would use companies like Uber and Lyft, and there's dozens of them, to do ride demand or basically on-demand services for people who would like to get from an area to the bus station or to North Beach or other items like that. Basically supplanting bus lines by using an Uber concept, okay? In talking about this with contacts at OCTA and on this committee, I mentioned to Dave Simpson in particular that we had a Project V application we're putting in there, and they encouraged that we provide an amended application that would provide some sort of beta test, particularly located on the areas where we're going to potentially have 2 canceled bus lines. And what that would look like and feel like is still very wide open, but the concept is essentially this, that using our existing bus infrastructure, bus stops, bus benches, and other items, that these ride-sharing services would be on demand so that when somebody wanted to get a ride from a bus stop, say up in Rancho San Clemente, those areas, they could go to the bus stop, pull up the app on the phone and say, I want a ride. And within the same amount of time, that a bus would normally come, say a 10 to 15-minute service delivery, that a car would come and pick them up and take them to another bus location that would have been within that route at a fare very similar to the current bus fees. And so it would act as a service in lieu of bus lines. And being that, and anyway, that's the concept generally. And it would provide a system of transportation for handicapped folks who need it, for students who need to get down to North Beach, say, to catch the connector up to Saddleback. There's a lot of different applications there. And so in conversations with them, they said they would entertain the idea of perhaps doing a beta test at San Clemente to try something like this out. And one of the ideas behind it is that when you get bus routes that are canceled, the benches and the stops belong to us. The residents actually paid for the development of those. And so that infrastructure would sit unused unless perhaps we had an alternate way of moving people around. And so that's what the idea would be, is using existing infrastructures within that envelope to get people around town. So under this idea, they said if you could do an amended application to couple it with the trolley service, they could potentially look at it and maybe allocate Measure 2 funds to develop the idea, to come to agreements with companies, and perhaps even test it, providing the city money to test it here locally. It's a flyer. It's something that's very undeveloped. Actually, I do say something. Ride-sharing services have been very popular in other metro areas. Atlanta, back east, they partner with local infrastructure transit companies to do things like this, but this is a first for Orange County. And so I'd like to, this is still very rough, but it's something that needs to be submitted with the February 29th application. And so for what we're contemplating tonight, I'd like to provide direction to staff to work with OCTA to develop a supplement to that, and just put in there and ask for a beta program. We don't have any idea what we're asking for and per se, but just open the door so that they could potentially award or at least leave the door open for some type of allocation of funds to try it out. So it's something that's literally developed in the past week, but something that I feel that if we don't do it now, then it could potentially be a few years more before OCTA could develop anything like that. And ultimately, even if they do come back with an idea, we still have the ability to reject the award. So if it's something we're not comfortable with, we could say, we don't want to do it. So I'm throwing that in there. It's a little bit late right now, but it's something that would couple on the back of what our application is for Project V. So I want to throw that out there.
Well, Tim, I got to tell you, this whole idea are some of the things that really irk me about government in general. We, the taxpayers, voted in favor of Measure M2 so that we could improve our transportation and infrastructure thereof here in Orange County. And now we're getting canceled bus routes and we're getting trolleys foisted on it when we should really be spending that money on fixing the roads and the bridges and all the other stuff that needs. This, and paying for other people's, government involved in Uber stuff and Lyft stuff seems to me to be a gigantic overreach. These are the kind of things I really dislike, this whole grant idea, and and we all got different things out of reading this report. The number one thing I gleaned from this report is all the people that are in favor of it because it's free. Well, it's not free. The trolleys cost money, the drivers cost money, everything costs money. But people don't want it unless it's free. That drives me crazy. It's not free. And those are just some of the things I just don't, I can't do it. We're talking about, it's just too much, it's too much money, and it's, and I don't want to pay for other people to have fun on a trolley. I just don't want to do that. I want to pay for people to fix my roads with this money. That's what irks me about this stuff, that's all. So I'm not going to be supportive of this.
May I ask one question of staff? Do we have the ability to discontinue this if we don't like it after a year?
Absolutely. Yes.
We do?
Yes.
And what do we do, just simply say it worked, but it didn't work, we don't like it, and do we need a reason, or can we just simply cancel the project?
Well, I think
Let me just put it this way. Does anything prevent us from not participating if it doesn't work for us?
I think if we're leasing the buses, that's where the capital expense is. If we're not buying the buses, then if we stop, the money goes back to OCTA to either allocate out to someone else.
I copied it up.
Okay.
If
All I'm
decide
asking,
for
so
some
if
reason
we
that-
have I see a grant for 7 years, I'm thinking, we're committed, we're pot committed, but it doesn't sound like that's the case, that we can simply not participate if it doesn't work.
Well, if we have no intention on participating, then I wouldn't recommend that we do that.
So,
I think
I'd
the
also like
city's
to
kind of
say,
making
it's a
commitment
two-way
to do
street.
this.
For example, Brea will only get half of what they asked for this year because they didn't make their ridership threshold. And project fee money is the voters put it in a bucket for circulators, so it can't be moved over to repair streets as much as we might want to do that. It can only be used for that, and I can see by your reaction, you're loving it.
Well, I mean, it's just that's what the population gets sold, and now, oh, there's a bucket. Oh, that's.
Let me jump in here for a second, Lori, because this is, my biggest concern was this. I've talked to you, a year and a half ago about this, Lori? And I shared with you my exact concern was that it needed to be a resident-based trolley, not a business. I shared that with you explicitly, because that was, my exact concern was that the commission was going to go off, and they were going to do the thing, and they were going to come back with a business-based one, which Bob wouldn't support, and I think other people in the community think that's a failure. The thing that supports business in this community is residents. And when you cut them out of the trolley system, you cut the business out of the trolley system. So if you look at attachment 2, page 9A9, the last paragraph, it says the consensus was to start small and focus on the market that would give the trolley the best chance of success, linking the outlets at San Clemente. We just got a report from the city manager that said the outlets have failed considerably in the volume of people that are going there and the volume of sales tax revenue they're generating. So why would we put all our eggs for this trolley in that basket when they haven't done the things and met the level we need to meet? We need to focus on the residents.
I don't know if I can change your mind, and it's going to be what it's going to be, but if you also look at Table 1, the residents, the 93% of the residents
What
that
page, Table 1? Just
participated
tell
in
me.
this study, Avenida Del Mar is the most important place they want to stop.
But the key point is they want to get picked up at home to get to Del Mar.
But that it happens to be, we don't know that. We don't know that.
It said very clearly in here that they didn't talk about not stopping in
But that would make
neighborhoods.
the trolley impossible by all measures.
Well,
That would make it a dialogue.
Well, no, that would make it impossible, because if you circulated a trolley in a manner that could pick people up by their home, by definition, you could never attain the ridership to sustain it for the long term. How could you?
So you're telling me if you did a stop at the...
Let's say you ran it up Barcelona. Let's say you ran it down to T-Street at Barcelona. How many stops would you have to make to get the riders to the
I'm
number?
not talking about T-Street or Barcelona. I'm talking about doing a stop in Talega, that's at the Talega Center, or a stop that's in Talega at the Talega Pool where the moms drop their kids off for the day.
But
I'm talking about doing a stop at Forster Ranch at Los Maras and Veracruz, centrally located in these large communities where kids reside, people under the age of 18 that we're proving are not getting in cars anymore, they're getting on their bicycle, they're getting on
As
mass
noble as that is, that extra time and distance makes this completely infeasible. We could just simply reject
I'm
what it is
telling you
right
right now,
now.
we just do-
You'll never get the ridership numbers to sustain the project grants.
If we bank on the outlet mall, we're not going to get the ridership numbers because it's severely taking a dive. It's not meeting
It
its
just
numbers.
has to do with how short the routes are. It has nothing to do with the.
If there's no one on the route, then there's, I mean, the route could be short
I
as
think
once, but
that's a
there's no
pretty
one on
broad statement. Going to Forester Ranch to pick up at the public park might be. You're telling me there's going to be more people there than there will be at the
Listen,
outlets.
I didn't come in here with any perception that you guys were going to create the end be all trolley.
Right.
But I did perceive that in my mind we were going to come with at least one solution that was going to incorporate some part of a community. And being that Talega was one of the top responses, at least incorporate Talega as a residence, just at one stop, and we see how that works.
I
and
think
we
that's
see
great,
the
but that's
residents.
future phasing. That's
It's-
after
well,
you.
that's exactly my problem, Tim, is the two future phasing you guys included in this didn't even incorporate Talega, which was one of the highest responses of people where they want to go. No, it goes on to La Plata, which doesn't actually touch Talega. It never enters the community of Talega.
Chris, kill it and let's move on.
No.
I don't want to kill it,
But I mean, just kill it and let's
Wait a
move
minute,
on.
I haven't got to talk yet.
Oh.
So let me talk. Let me talk. No, let me talk. Okay,
It wasn't my idea in my first place. I never really like these things.
I know. Okay.
All right, let's hear from Kathy. Thank you.
I have always been a supporter of a circulator and a trolley. I have. And I thought I wanted to add, I can't hear myself, I wanted to add Metrolink to get to the outlet mall as one of the stages of it, a link. You know, I thought that should be part of the route. So But what I envisioned is this was a more resident, community-serving trolley, and what I was envisioning was it was going to go up and down El Camino Real, which is essentially our PCH, one end of town to the other, and it would incorporate, then go up to the outlet mall also. And of course, it would go down to the pier. So my only thing in this is I don't love it. I would be much happier if it went down El Camino farther, because I think what would happen is it's going to pick up the residents that live along El Camino Real, and because these are the destinations they wanted to go to. I think those are the riders that we're going to get that use this system. I have a problem also with relying on the numbers at the outlet mall. I don't think those are going to be our riders. I think it's going to be our residents doing that. I do agree that the outlet mall is an important component of it, and I think if we did El Camino Real, we would get the whole city, because every property owner, say for an event, 4th of July, or they just want to go around town, anyone that is northeast of the freeway, Talega, all in the ranch areas, they would probably go to the outlet mall and park. Then they can take their kids and go all the way around town and get wherever they want to go. All of El Camino Real could somehow get from Salvador, park down close to El Camino, get on the trolley, fun, go to the outlet, go to the downtown. It's open air, and I think we would get our numbers, and I think that's what the residents envisioned. I think they're going to be very disappointed with this core one. I also think the 15 minutes is kind of excessive. It's not tied to any train schedules, any visitors coming in. I think it should be better coordinated with the trains, because that's who we wanted to move around also. I wanted to look at whether we could just add El Camino Real in this first phase, increase the times a little bit, and that's our core.
Are you talking trestles, all the way down to trestles?
I don't know, we would look at that. Because we do have hotels and motels that are along El Camino Real. We do have visitors on there, too.
I just found a solution for all this stuff. I just found a solution right here. I have heard the outlet mall mentioned 49 times that this trolley goes through the outlet mall. I haven't heard that the outlet mall is paying for any of this. If the first year cost is $19,790, and the Friends are paying $10,000, I think we should ask the outlet mall to pay the other $97.90, and then we're good. We'll do it for a year and see how it works. Is that entered into the equation anywhere?
I kind of have a hard time going down that path. I know that they're planning to put in an application with us in the future, and I don't know if there might be some perception that,
okay,
we're getting bought off. Staff looked at all the information. They looked at the residents serving for the south part of town and so forth, and staff just thought that what they're presenting tonight is the best way to get the trolley rolling, get it started, and then hopefully expand upon it in the future as it became more acclimated in the community, and the community got used to it and started asking for certain things and started showing that they would use it. So I think that's the part of it. Yes, it serves, and I think I've also heard from the community that they wanted to show some link between the outlets for the 50th time and Del Mar, along with the metro stations at both North Beach and at the pier. So I think we've done that, and we've tried to move in that way. But if you don't think it's residents serving enough, then tonight's the last time that we can hear it. February 29th is the deadline. We should just scrap it, hunker down, and figure out what we want, and then apply for it again next year.
No, because honestly, James, I appreciate everything you just said, but I was very clear to Lori, who's on the board of CTA, that it needed to be resident serving. This is what came back. I think we have an ability to get a solution here tonight between what Kathy said, my input. I'm not asking for it to go through the entire community.
We had a consultant who spent hours upon hours with our staff.
How many consultants have come here and told us the outlet mall is going to make $1.2 million annually, and we're at $300,000?
Yeah.
I've had enough of consultants trying to come to San Clemente and tell us how to do business.
But hold on, let's slow down what we've got right now. So we've got a proposal in front of us that would provide a core route. It may not be the perfect route, but we know that proportionally, it's serving the residents on literally 4-to-1 ratio from their contribution to what they're receiving. If it's not, if it's half, the residents use it half the time, they're presenting 10% of the funds. So if we're looking for purity on residents only, then we should have somebody standing in the bus asking, show me your resident card, I'm not going to let you on otherwise. If we're not going to go to that route, then we're going to reach the proportional numbers we need to have to be resident serving. I like Kathy's idea quite a bit about getting down El Camino Real. The challenge with that initially is that, like James had said, is that you got that core product. Like, for example, one of the things I'd love is to make it down at least to, past the Ralphs, maybe to where the Pedro's is there, to the golf course. Wouldn't it be cool if we went to the golf course, right? But that extra costs more money. More buses, more money, more times.
But we don't know that from this study yet.
But we can't go back and re-engineer it.
No, I know, but we're just figuring on 15-minute intervals. If it went just a little bit longer or went to a half hour?
15 is a lead pipe cinch. If you talk to Dana Point, if you talk to Laguna Beach, people won't wait longer than 15 minutes. They just won't.
But what I'm saying is that's a wonderful idea that next year we could implement once we get the core down. I'm saying we have a solution on the table that next year we could say we want to expand south, we want to do more resident serving, let's take the outlets out, or we could walk away and have to redo this entire thing next year to try and get to these numbers. I'm saying you go with what we have on the table, test it out. If it's no good, we'll all know, we'll hear it from the residents, and that it isn't do enough, then we'll know then, and we could expand it otherwise. But I don't know how much I want to re-engineer the routes.
Let's hear from Mr. Cameron. He's got a really good idea here. I can tell
don't know
you.
if it's, no, I just want to clarify something.
Chris,
Bill's
let
not
Bill's not going to vote on this issue.
I understand that. The man has got a solution here, I can tell.
Okay.
No, I
Bill's
just want to correct something. We wouldn't be able to make an application next year because they only call for the projects every 3 years, and they accelerated it because of
we had
Lori
I
asking
had
that it be
because you wanted it.
But to be clear, we can
I
quit.
communicate all day long, but if you don't listen to the things I'm saying,
But we
what's the
can-
point of us talking?
I'm taking offense that you don't think I'm a good listener.
It's the proof's in the
All right,
pudding.
I got the floor now.
Okay.
But to be clear, we can quit after 1 year if it does not work. Is that correct?
working, then that's my understanding is that they'll quit funding it if we don't make the 10 writers per year, or if we don't ask them to let us run it longer to bring it up to 10 writers.
The most
I mean,
important
10
thing is
writers per hour.
effectively, if
Okay.
it doesn't work, it's going to quit itself,
Exactly.
right? I mean, because if it doesn't reach the...
No, Tim, this is government.
No. But, I mean, Lori's made it clear that if you don't read ridership numbers, they winnow down what they're contributing. Is that correct?
Or they just terminate.
Or they just terminate the line. And so it will be successful, based on the ridership numbers. If we don't attain those, then...
Let me be clear, and I think you guys made a fatal error in putting all your eggs in the outlet basket and thinking that's going to generate the ridership, because it's not. And if we don't include the residents...
It's what the residents
Hold on.
told us. Look at the data.
As their destination, though, not
Listen,
where they wanted to
Figure
start.
2 is core route trolley, and it's exactly what Kathy said. So you guys obviously studied this one. So what is the cost for the one that Kathy said? Because that sounds like that's the only thing we're going to get consensus on. So, staff,
Which figure?
No, I don't think so, because I won't vote for that.
But
that's fine with me.
I think if you look at a big event, you would be able to get everyone along El Camino
Yeah.
to the
What
event,
is,
and
it's
everyone
page
from...
3.
Let me ask the question. Can we modify this for your...
Wait a minute, Tim,
No, I know.
but let's not start talking about big events, because big events we're done with. We already do that. We know how to do that. You park at the high school, we run buses all the time. Don't interject big events, because we already do that, and we do it very well. Is that correct, Mr. Frank?
Do we do that for the 4th of July? Or is that just a normal... We do?
We do it for the fiesta, we do.
No, I know, I
So
didn't know
Bill,
if we
help
did
me
it.
understand something real quick, if you don't mind. Let's clarify something. So if we find that we're able to obtain the ridership numbers we need on this route we have selected, can we amend Project V grants and include additional routes next year?
I've never seen anything like that happen. I mean, you make your application, and that's the maximum that you receive.
Forever?
So, within that particular period of time. So,
I'm sorry, could you repeat that?
there's a lot of background
Yeah,
noise.
yes.
So basically, you make an application, this is my experience, and I'm on the committee that reviews all this. You make the application, you put in your maximum amount, and that's the maximum amount you will receive during that grant period.
7
So
years.
if we ask for 100,
Oh.
yep, So if there's a new call 3 years from now, then we can expand the service. That's what Laguna
that's a big
Beach is doing.
difference.
That's what Dana Point is doing.
So they established a core route, and once they established that, then they amended their project fee to include additional routes based on the
Correct.
success of their...
Because when this first came up a 3 years ago, I was on the subcommittee of the Technical Advisory Committee of other cities that were interested in this. And we tried to work with OCTA staff to come up with criteria and funding that would make it attractive for us cities to even want to apply. And OCTA worked with us, and now we have the system set up. And only a few cities applied the first time, and we didn't apply, partly because we didn't have the outlet mall. We didn't really have a route set up. And honestly, I wanted to see how successful it was in other cities, so we could build off of what happened there, and that's what we're doing now. San Juan's been successful, Dana Point, Laguna Beach is expanding, so now we've got information, and we're using that to try to help develop a system that will be successful for San Clemente. And you did bring that to my attention way back, Councilman, and I did bring that to the attention of the folks, but based upon what I saw in the riderships from OCTA, the riderships in the outlying areas are very small.
Well, I have a
On the
question for you.
buses.
I have a question for you, Bill.
Yes.
This route here, figure number 2, page 3, what is the cost of this route? Obviously not including the Dana Point connection, because that's
Right.
massive. And just to be clear, the OCTA buses are disgusting. No one wants to ride it, and that's why ridership's down. The trolley is going to be a beautiful thing that's open air. So
I take issue with that. I rode the bus last week, and it was clean as can be.
you must have got a good one, because the
I did.
ones I get on
I
are not very
absolutely
clean.
did.
So, yeah.
Okay, yeah, it's, the total operating cost for a year would be about 200,000. And that would raise, because of the lower ridership in that area, the projected cost for San Clemente would be about 100,000 per year,
For this one, without the Dana Point connection?
without the Capo Beach connection, right? So with that cutoff.
See,
So-
the grant program will only pay up to $9 per rider, so if you don't get the added riders, then our match will go up, is what.
What I guess I don't understand is why you think there are no riders if you went along El Camino Real?
No, we think there definitely are riders, they're just not as high percentage as in the route which was proposed.
Are you basing the outlet numbers off their proposed numbers that we got a year
No,
ago?
not
or
the outlets.
accurate numbers
This
we're
is
getting
coming
today?
from our consultant, actually. That's what we're basing our numbers off of.
I just, honestly, I see it as a failure with the core as it's described as is. I honestly do. And then adding with this, asking the Friends of San Clemente to pitch in $10,000. They're such a good partner for this community, we're going to ask them to throw it at this when it's just a guess. That it might
They're
work.
grown-ups, they can make their decision. You know, they've got their own board.
I think another thing
I
we
agree.
could
They
do
do a lot of good stuff.
is potentially, if this route doesn't work perfectly, I think there's opportunities to adjust it. I don't think we're 100% locked into you have to do exactly this route. If it's not working, OCTA wants it to be successful as well as us, so I think there's a little bit of
Well,
flexibility there.
and to that point, at the Mobility Task Force, there was a lot of conversation about including the senior center in the route, which would move the route over one
block.
street. And that doesn't have to be in the application, but should we get the grant, we can tweak the stops based on, some of the requirements.
I'm not, listen, you know me, I'm not a huge fan either way of this. I am a huge fan of the ride-sharing component. I do think that's something worth trying. But I don't really feel strongly either way on this, but what I do feel strongly is that we can test something. But I don't like the buses that exist now, the ghost buses that travel on San Clemente that are empty. And I believe that we're going to end up having those routes canceled. As much as I don't like it, I believe they're going to be canceled. And so what we're going to receive from that is zero, nothing. From those routes being canceled, being reallocated more intense areas. So our residents lose. This is a chance for us to tap into a circulator fund and see if it works. I have no certainty of success. And I'm not enamored with the route either. I'd like to see the El Camino Real extension, but I'd also like to see as low participation on the part of residents as possible. I don't want to pay $100,000 to try it out. I'd like to pay 10 or 20 to give it a shot, which is frankly a fraction of what we're losing in terms of bus service from OCTA. Not that I'm going to grind that ideological axe. But in my mind, You work this, what we have, we can tweak the system, we can learn a lot about it, and in 3 years, we could either amend it to include the areas that you're asking, contribute more knowing it's going to be successful, or walk away after a year. But I think it's okay to take what's on the table, say it's not perfect, but it's achievable, it's got the best numbers behind it from what staff is telling me, and it's something that I think we can get accepted. And so, like I said, I'm no huge fan, and although I don't know if it's how pure it is in terms of ideological purity for resident serving, but I do believe the residents will be the ones who will benefit from the most from it at the end of the day in full expansion. In this initial area, I don't know how much I could say that, 50-50? But when it's running through Talega or when it's running down South Hill Community Rail, that number's going to go up significantly. But we can't get there until we do version number 1. That's my 2 cents.
I need a clarification of the 100,000 because in the table of the costs, the whole north-south route cost a total of $107,232 for the whole north-south. So why would it cost us $100,000 to just go down South El Camino? Do you see page 17? Table 3.
Right, I'm looking at that,
Yeah.
right, table 3.
That's what I have a hard time. If we're already at Del Mar, going down to the south of El Camino is not that far away. It cannot be $100,000. It's not when the whole entire north-south route is $107,000 more.
I would bet that journey from Del Mar to Trestles is just as long as the one from Del Mar to the outlet mall. It's literally probably double the length.
No, but they're adding, this cost was all the way to Camino Capistrano, all the way north to pick up the Dana Point trolley. So I'm just trying to figure out why it would cost us $100,000.
Additional vehicles. It goes from 3 to 6 to 9,
Right, but this is just calling in, I just want to find out what it would be to go down to South El Camino Real, a good estimated guess. I don't think it's $100,000. I don't think it can be. If you go by table 3.
We checked today from Del Mar down to Christianitas is 2.7 miles, which shocked me that it was that much further.
But how many
That adds a lot of time.
But how
Well,
many
you've got-
stops are you, don't you have to take into account, you're not going to do that many stops?
Well, when we checked it on Google Maps, it said 11 minutes in a car. Because you've got traffic signals, speed limits
Right.
at 35 miles
Listen,
an hour.
I'll make this easy, Tim. I'm willing to go out on a limb because there's little risk for potentially big gain on 2 points. The first one is that figure 3, this core route plus eastern extension has to be modified to actually include the community of Talega. The skirting the boundaries thing is not going to work for me. So that when we do actually move forward with this thing in the future, if it works, which I'm skeptical that it will, it actually includes.
You're saying on the next phase that we include a Talega stop at the Ralphs or something?
Yes, actually.
No, I'd rather see El Camino first.
I don't care. I'm just saying that this figure, I agree with Kathy, but this figure needs to be modified to actually include the community of Talega. That's all I'm saying.
So what basically saying is that.
So take Hermosa all the way till it dead ends into Pico again, come back down Pico.
We're setting the expectation that on figure 3, that this route will include a longer route, probably up to Avenida Talega.
Just take Hermosa straight to Pico till dead ends and come back down Pico.
Oh, yeah, okay.
As opposed to La Plata Junction. The second one is that,
That's phase 2, though.
I don't care what phase you call it, just
Yeah, that
modify it.
Future expansion.
Future expansion that actually includes a residential community. The second ask that I have is that we make it very clear to the Friends of San Clemente that we're not asking them or encouraging them to put forth the money. If they want to do it on their own, that's their decision. I think they have better avenues to spend their funds than that, but that's on them.
So if they decide to walk away from their 10,000, then you're authorizing the city to go ahead and backfill that 10,000?
The other thing I wanted to bring up is we're counting on Steve Craig and the Outlet Mall to allow parking at that. I think we should get a letter verifying that that is a condition of doing this, that we have a letter agreeing that people are going to be able to park at the Outlet Mall and then take the circulator and go around town.
Yeah,
Do you see what I'm saying? We don't have a commitment.
If we were to, we need to get, if we're going to go forward, we need to get the grant in. But it keeps me awake a little bit that the
What page
community, I'm on page figure 1, all the figures, but that a community serving trolley is going onto private property. And we already had bus stops put in on the Vista Hermosa that goes on the perimeter. So, and we also have Shore Cliffs, that parking lot over by
The junior high school and park.
And park, yeah.
And parks.
So there is
Existing.
a scenario where we take the route out of the outlet mall unless they want to talk to us and participate financially, because, do you see what I'm trying to say?
Yes.
That
Yes.
If it's truly community serving, it shouldn't be going on private property.
I would agree with that.
arguably.
And last summer, I think we got from Susan Genrich that he did want to participate, but we're not asking him to do that yet in this process. But I agree that.
But we have the ability
Yeah.
to alter those routes, right? Like to the senior center and potentially to the Shore Cliffs parking lot in lieu of,
Yeah,
you know.
I believe it already goes to the Shore Cliffs parking lot, isn't that correct?
So it sounds like you guys are agreeable to
Right, to
the
the
ask that I
east.
have.
Right, to get them to participate. But I will also say on the Friends, I agree with you that I wouldn't have, they are so generous and so productive for the city. It gives us, out of 100 points, it gives us 15 points in the system. And with my OCTA hat on, to be competitive with these other, let's just say it's only a dozen cities, that's a lot of points. Is that not true, Mr. Cameron?
Correct.
Yeah, so.
Well, like I said, you can explain it to them,
They did deliberate
but
on it today, but they haven't written the letter.
I'm not
but-
going to include that in my ask. So if that's something that you want to discuss with them on a personal basis and bring up those points, I'm
No,
not
they
going to
already,
oppose you on it.
they already had their president presented it.
But so just be clear, you guys, I'm not hearing opposition to my modification of this figure.
Frankly, I think it makes more sense in stopping at La Plata. You head all the way up to Vista Hermosa, you take that loop around.
Exactly.
Is going to be far more productive than stopping at La Plata and heading up to Vista Hermosa.
So you'd rather have that than the connection to Dana Point, because there's been a lot of interest from the community in terms of, we'd like to be able to just, pop up.
I think this is why our communication skills don't work very well. I didn't say anything about that. I was very clear that
No,
I just want this modified.
This right here, Lori, instead of this.
No, I
it would
understand
look
what he
like-
wants to do. I'm
Yeah.
just clarifying.
Well, I didn't say anything about
the,
connection to Dana Point. You just said that.
Because that's in here as one of the options.
I'm totally comfortable with that, and I'm on board with that. Yeah. I really like that one. That was the one I've always liked.
I would rather see us circulate San Clemente first, and before we connect to Dana Point, unless those cities start wanting to participate. Dana Point doesn't have a train station, but we do. They really should be connecting and helping their people, people get there from the
I
Metrolink.
feel like I still haven't gotten support, though. You guys on board with this?
I'm
Yeah.
completely fine with that. Actually,
Fine.
that connection right there doesn't make any sense.
No.
Because you're just heading right up La
Skirting.
Plata. Yeah, so you should just go up to Vista Hermosa and come back through.
Is that clear for staff? So you
Yeah.
Take Hermosa up till dead end.
So
to
you
Pico, then
basically
come back
stop
down.
in the Ralph's parking lot at Talega.
I don't want Lou driving to the council meetings anymore.
So,
So you go up Vista Hermosa, and you just come back, and you go in the Ralph's.
Yeah.
Is it, you see what I'm saying? Or just a bus stop? No, that's not the proposal. That's future phasing.
Yeah, I'm totally good with that.
okay. But I want to be clear that the next stage, and very soon, after this summer, when we see that it's going around every 15 minutes and there isn't people on it, we should be going down to South El Camino Real
Just-
and picking up more people to
Just
go
for-
to their destination.
It won't be this summer,
Yeah,
it'll be a
ex-
year from this summer.
Thank you. 2017. That's what I meant.
I-
Very clear that by the next summer, and if we could alter it even in the first year, but we need to get it where it's more residential serving and more residents, because I think they're going to be very disappointed in the route currently.
Yeah.
Very disappointed. They responded to this and they highly wanted it, but this is not exactly what they wanted. And I understand it needs to be a core 10, and so I will go for that, but I really need to see it go further, in the future.
I think our communication to the public at large is, listen, our plan is a 7-year plan.
Yeah.
The first 2 or 3 years of this is a core development, understand what works, and extension out to South El Camino Real and ultimately out to Talega when we prove the core works. Without the core, we're not going to get anywhere. 3 years from now, we're going to be debating the same issue, saying, well, maybe we should try the core again. So I'm saying we walk before we run.
Okay.
We get this established. I kind of like the Short Cliffs idea parking lot very much, as opposed to the outlet mall, because that is truly resident serving. There's going to be a nice park there, where kids can wait and hang out, as opposed to a busy outlet mall parking lot. But I think we take what's in front of us. We're going to be losing quite a bit of bus service to our residents. I think we take advantage of frankly, this monies and see if it works. And as part of this ask, I'd love to get an update from staff, maybe right after the summer, on how it worked, and so we can find out if it's something that we want to address then.
And Tom, what are the dates that this is going to run?
It's going to be Memorial Day to Labor Day
Okay.
weekends. 2017, not this upcoming summer, but the following summer.
Right.
So the council doesn't see any point to trying to get more of a commitment from Steve Craig as far as in writing?
I think-
That he...
At this point, we haven't gotten the grant, so I think we would put this in, and then
Okay.
when we got the grant, at that point, we would talk about whether, A, we want to
I think
accept it.
I think it's really nice to have in our back pocket that we have a very lovely Short Cliffs parking lot there with our own park that we could use in lieu of that if there's no participation or assistance.
Well, do you want to change the figure for that, for?
No, we have the ability to tweak these routes with small alterations, and I'd like to be able to have that open. So I'm gonna try a motion.
That's what I'm wondering, if we should just.
Show it to
change
Short
the
Cliffs?
visual. Yeah, because you don't have to change your copy, just change that right angle.
Right.
So it goes over to Short Cliffs and boomerangs back.
Sounds good.
Yeah.
Okay. I'll do my best. I move that we, so I'm going to make this motion, and I'm going to include my amendment, and then we can chat a little bit about the Lyft Uber thing. I make a motion that we authorize the submittal of Measure MT Project V Grant Application OCTA for San Clemente Trolley Circulator, that we adopt Resolution Number 1609 entitled, "A Resolution City Council, City of San Clemente, California, approving the submittal of the San Clemente Trolley Project to the Orange County Transportation Authority for funding on Project V Community-Based Transaction Circulator Program," with the following alterations: that we amend the figure 1 to show a amended trolley route to what would be considered to be the exterior of the outlet mall into the Short Cliffs parking lot. That we also amend figure 3 to include an exterior route that would go up to Vista Hermosa and back through the Talega area for future route consideration. That we also make it known to the Friends that their contribution, though appreciated, is completely volunteer. And we certainly aren't asking for any quid pro quo on that part. And that for the final item, one that I'm sure we'll have some discussion, that we also authorize staff to develop with OCTA staff a amended Project V application that would include a ride-sharing component that would help to replace any lost bus service that we may potentially have in the two routes that are coming up, which would be 193 and 191.
I don't understand that. So you're
Okay.
saying we take this application and we put a rider on it?
Yeah, so it's effectively, just a completely separate application behind it using basically the same information. This is OCTA's kind of proposed, Dave at OCTA. So
Really?
it's, yeah.
This is a Dave Simpson special?
This is it, well, but with the CEO is very passionate about this
Well,
concept.
but absolutely.
Yeah, he's very passionate.
But I don't understand how it works with this, so it's
It
the
doesn't.
second
It's
V.
completely standalone. There's this, but they wanted it
They
together
look into
under
it.
an M2 circulator type concept.
So essentially, we'd be submitting a rider application based on their criteria, which is included in this project, but it would be it would be a rider, it'd be completely separate. So if they have a problem with it, or something comes up where it's not doable, or original
separated out
stays
from
true.
the program.
Can I add one thing? You were changing all the other figures. I think figure 2 says north-south extension. I think we should change that to just the south extension as one of the options that we would like to phase into, because it says
Have
north-south.
an amended figure that includes only a south
Only the
extension,
south for
and then
now.
another amended figure that has including the north extension?
We could, or just wait till Dana Point wants to hook up with us, and then we look
They
at it.
want to hook up with us yesterday.
And I think to Lori's point, that the OCTA wants us to
So-
all come together.
So I think we can, is the amended application, we can change that around and separate them out. If we only want to go south and not north, we can
Okay.
do that.
All right.
So, and to be clear, if we don't have the bus routes canceled, this rider will be completely useless. Meaning, if we retain those bus routes, I'm not interested in developing ride-sharing programs for something we don't need. But if we do have bus route canceled, then I think we ought to perhaps try and tap into these funds to do that. And we would use.
And Dave Simpson says this money can be used that way.
For last mile connectivity, using.
But V money can be used for that.
I'm not going to say what he said or didn't say
Okay.
because he hasn't said or said anything to me that I can document, but. It's, so the bottom line is, listen, it's like this, it's simply a concept that, that would only serve to replace what is being lost, nothing more, at a fare that is equitable to what our residents are used to paying.
Was that a motion?
That is a motion. So
I will second it.
The last component of that is to include the rider for ride-sharing services. Test.
Before we vote on that, Mr. Avery, are you still a member of the HOA board out there? Would you enlighten us a little bit on some of the
I assumed you were going to talk about a couple of Talega things there. Was that correct, or?
Yeah, I'm not a member of the board. I was on it for the last 6 months, but then they re-elected another person. But I did want to say I realize public is open, but living in Talega, I did want to comment on a couple of things like this, though, that we used to have a bus that came downtown and that kind of thing. But I think this is a fantastic thing. When we talk about residential serving, I think the people in Talega and Forester Ranch would jump on this so fast by being able to drive to the outlet malls and park their cars and jump on this thing and go downtown. I'm 7 minutes away from the outlet mall. I could get in my car. I don't go downtown sometimes when it's crowded or to the beach because there's no place to park. But I can go to the outlet mall and get on this bus, and I can be downtown. I can go to the pier, to the beach, to North Beach. I think this is a fantastic thing for that purpose.
Thanks, Lou.
And as far as working with Steve Craig, there was some talk earlier about it getting him. But I think that he would probably come back and say, I'm going to let you use my outlet mall to park.
All right, thanks, Lou.
Anyway, I think the people would love this.
Thank you.
As proposed.
Is my motion clear?
All right, motion by Brown, second by Donchak. All in favor? Aye. 4 ayes. I still remain a no. I still think it's a tremendous waste of money.
Okay. I'm going to step out. I'm going back to work, finishing up a 48-hour shift.
Thank you.
Thank you, guys.
Good luck, Chris. Go save some lives.
Next.
Go out tonight, right?
That's right.
No car accidents.
Next is a report from the Beaches, Parks, and Recreation Department concerning the possibility of authorizing the release of an updated Beaches, Parks, and Recreation Master Plan request for proposals.
Good evening again. So tonight before you, you have the Beaches, Parks, and Recreation Master Plan 2016 edition. As you may recall, in 2015, we did release an RFP to have somebody develop a master plan because of some of the significant changes that were going to be occurring this past year. Council chose to defer it until this year. So attached to this report is the updated 2016 RFP for producing a Beaches, Parks, and Recreation Master Plan. City staff, including multiple departments, have reviewed the 2015, made a lot of adjustments, and then we also went to the Beaches, Parks, and Recreation Commission, and we added some more adjustments. It is important to note the few different things with this is that while producing the master plan, this is going to be a very public process. There's a lot of people that are very interested in what the future of Beaches, Parks, and Recreation in San Clemente is going to be. The last time that we did a master plan was in 1999, and in 1999, it was what else are we going to develop, how are we going to develop it, and now in 2016, it's more of, okay, we have a lot of amenities, what is working, what is not, what changes should we be doing, should we keep having this amenity? Maybe we need to have that amenity. Looking at the space that we currently have, we are mostly built out at this point. So it's really making sure that we're maximizing our spaces, including looking at our skate park and looking at the lighting over there that we talked about earlier tonight. Also looking at some of the undeveloped parkland that we have, like at Steed Park. So we're really going to be looking at everything. We're also going to be looking at recreational programming, what's going on at the beaches and at the golf course. So we're really looking at this as a very broad plan. The other thing that this will be taking into account is looking at the private recreation that we have in our community. If someone else is offering this and it works, we're not going to be looking to duplicate those services. We also have nonprofits that are offering great recreation programs. We'll also be looking at that. We'll also be looking at opportunities to be able to partner with other groups to really change the way that we look at recreation. It's very different than it was in 1999, so we want to make sure that this is reflected in this. So tonight before you have the 2016 RFP for the preparation of the Beaches, Parks, and Recreation Master Plan. There's a timeline on page 2 of your report. So we're planning to release this next week, depending on if there's any changes that you have tonight, and if there's any significant changes or reworking. And then we would, going through the process of choosing a consultant is then have that started, the process started in June. And this process will be taking between 6 and 9 months. It depends on the timeline that the proposer has. And so we will expect to have something by next year of a great plan and something that's not just on the shelf, but actually is usable. So with that, I'd be happy to answer any questions that you may have.
Got some questions?
I do. Pam, we talked about adding, looking at dogs being added to the beach as part of the evaluation and prioritizing what the community desires, so it would fit in there.
Correct.
But is it fully vetted in this with the consultant, the issues of safety and how much property we have and where it should go, and should they be on leash or off leash, and pollution and all of that? How is that vetted in that process?
So it's more of a generic process in the beginning, and then as it turns out that this is really where you need to spend your time, and dogs at the beach may end up being one of those items, then it'll be looking at that more closely. But if it turns out that after looking through this process, that's not one, then there wouldn't be the additional research. So it really depends on what comes out of these community meetings, what comes out is the biggest needs, and then we only have a limited amount of money, so it may be, the recommendation is, this is something that you need to look at more into, and this is what the community wants, this is what the community needs, and then it might be coming back to you for more money to be able to do more of that research, or to have staff go back and look and see. The other part of it is looking at some of the amenities. The same thing is that the money that right now is budgeted, it is not to make all these changes. This is just to assess and see what's happening, and then looking at your capital improvement projects in the future and saying, okay, this is really where the money should be spent and not over here. So it's really looking at this. The other thing is looking at some alternative funding sources, is they might be able to identify things that we haven't thought of, and I'm hoping that they do, so that way they can maybe have some creative financing that's legal.
We can say as part of what, adding that, that the community can respond to that.
Yes.
Okay. And also, the skate park, definitely, we should be adding that. But can you remind me? We're adding it to the process so that, as part of looking into what the community desires, right?
Correct.
Okay.
Correct.
That's what I meant.
That's a section where that comes in. It doesn't necessarily need to be specifically in this RFP, but that will be definitely part of the process, because it's now come out in public meetings that this is a request to look into it. So then that would become part of the process of the master plan.
When we chose commissioners for the Beaches, Parks, and Rec Commission, didn't we pick a city planner that had, from North Orange County, that had extensive experience with skate parks? I can't remember.
There is a city employee.
Oh, he's an employee?
Who is a supervisor at a skate park.
Okay. So has he contributed at all yet, or into this process, of updating the skate park, or is he planning on doing that?
Not at this time, since we're not to that point yet.
Okay. All right. I couldn't remember his name, but, he was saying that he definitely had ideas for improvements.
Yes.
So I'm going to take you to the other end of the spectrum. I'm going to need to be brought along to vote yes on this, and I'll tell you why. I looked at the master plans for Malibu, Palo Alto, Santa Cruz, and Huntington Beach, because I was very curious what we were going to get from this, and was disappointed to find they're all over the place in terms of what the output looks like. So then I decided which one did I like the best, which was Huntington Beach. So if we do go forward with this, I'm going to give you a little bit of thinking on why. But here's where I sit as a council person. I don't need a consultant to tell me that our number one and probably only order of business is to protect what we have. And I also don't need a consultant today to tell me things, because there's still parks as we speak being built down at Marblehead Coastal, so we're still in play and we're still digesting things, so we're not arguably quite mature yet. So I worry that it's not a good signal to go out in the community and say, what would you like? Because the reality is that there's a lot of money still needed to protect what we have. And so that's my reservation about this. Now, going to Huntington Beach, if we do go somewhere with this, take a deep, hard look at Section 6 with Judy Vincent. And basically what they did was a funding and implementation treatise that says, you need $8 million a year if you want to do this. And so take a look at it, and then we need to ask ourselves if we need a consultant to help us with that chart, or if it's Eric and Judy rolling up their sleeves and putting it together as a first order of business, like what's it going to take to maintain what we have. So I'm concerned about that. And then also Huntington Beach and one of the other cities, they have the alternative sources of funding. We already do them all. I was going down the list. We got that, we got that, we got that, which is a huge compliment to the city. So this is a lot of talking, but I'm thinking we might still want to wait 2 years until everything is built that we know is going to be built, so that we know what's happening with the outlet malls in terms of its provisions to helping us with parks and recreation. And if I'm in the minority on this, my second choice is we need to be really realistic with the community, because we're not going to be building 20 more tennis courts. We're not going to be building a community center that looks like the Taj Mahal. I mean, there's a lot of things that just aren't financially realistic.
Correct, and that is part of that process as the consultant goes out and talks to the community and says, what do you want, what don't you want? And it's looking at, should we continue to maintain some of these facilities? And that's going to come out where we're looking at some of our infrastructure is falling apart. And so should we be spending the money right now to continue keeping it the way that it is? And this is also that opportunity to say, okay, this is an amenity that no one is using anymore, yet we're going to go and put $100,000 or $1 million into this when it's not really needed in this community anymore. Instead, this should be turned into that. So,
what's an example of that?
So let's say that you have,
you would know better than
let's say that you
anybody.
have tennis courts. I know that we have some tennis courts that are in disrepair. It may come out that those should be turned into pickleball courts. And it may be the same amount of money to change it over into that. That's the kind of things that will be coming out. So I don't want to pick on the tennis players. I play tennis. Tennis is
Right.
great. But it's more of those types of things of looking into it and determining, is this what we should still be maintaining, because infrastructure is expensive to maintain. Did you want to answer the funding?
So I'm going to give a little LTFP teaser. I know that you're all dying for a teaser for the LTFP. So one of the things that we're looking at is reserve analysis with regards to how we're going to reallocate some of our reserves. And so to your point, Lori, absolutely, just like we set aside street improvement money every year, so Bill has a pot of money to deal with slurry seal, fix roads, and maintain our streets. We need to start doing something very similar to our parks, so that Randy Little has some money every year to address maintenance issues. Part of those priorities will be established through Lucity, through the CMMS program, but this tool, the Park Master Plan, will also help reinforce some of those priorities. And I agree, it's not about building new, it's about maintaining existing, and that has to be the theme within the master plan, because we have a hard enough time maintaining new things that we're building, yet we have older infrastructures that are deteriorating that are not getting attention. And so that is one thing that we have to reiterate with the consultant, is about looking at what needs to be maintained. And to Pam's point, what areas are not being utilized that could be utilized for other types of things that would be more receptive to the community and the needs of the surrounding residents. So that's something that will be taken into consideration as well, so that once we have identified these things, yes, we will be identifying a funding source on a go forward that will afford Randy or maintenance to deal with those issues and start actually doing the things that it's recommending.
Well, I like this idea, because I like the idea of a needs assessment. I think we're way overdue for that. I think we need to know what we need, and tennis courts is a terrific example. We had a lot of issues with the tennis court there down by the Boys and Girls Club, and it's not a like assessment. What do we like? It's what do we need? And we've got a lot of that information already, I think, with our field scheduling. We should spend, I'm sure you'll spend a lot of time going through that, and from those numbers, you'll decide what you need and what you don't. We left that one big field open at the sports park on purpose, so that if we needed it later, we could use it. And I'll give you an example of something that I thought about that we thought we needed some years ago, and I don't know where it went.
And we thought we needed a community garden out there at the sports park, and it went nowhere fast. So, you know, if we had something that said a needs assessment, we wouldn't have spent time yakking about that, but we did. So I hope we don't spend $150,000 on this. I hope we can do a lot of this stuff in-house with our own scheduling ideas. We've got a lot of information available to us through that community pool and how many hours and all that stuff. We got a lot of information already there that we've got to crunch. So I'm hoping we don't spend nearly that much money.
Bob, if I just make a couple of comments. I completely agree with Lori's comments, and we know a lot more now. There's a lot of needs. I do feel like there were a lot of things we were waiting on for this master plan. There were certain things that we're saying, oh, we'll get the master plan in place, we'll look at it then, the water park, at the sports park, and other items. So I'd love to figure out a way to do some value engineering on it, you know, to ensure if there's stuff in-house we could do. We're not going to pay a consultant to tell us what we already know. A couple of other things. I'm glad you brought up the idea of an assessment of private items. For example, you know, the San Clemente Tennis Club may experience renovation. Lifetime Fitness bought it, and so they're going to be providing an amenity to the community that really could change the landscape quite a bit. And so I'm glad we're including private resources as part of that. The only thing I would say that that I'd love to do is, although we may not have direct responsibility, I'd like to make sure that we also consider gateways to amenities that may not be in our city limits. For example, Trestles. We don't actually have any amenities in Trestles, but it happens to be an incredible access point to one of the best, you know, beaches and surfs in all of California. And so we need to make sure that we're, you know, respecting that, you know, access to it and other items. Is, you know, how do we engineer that correctly so that our residents can get to these things, or that the sidewalks or whatever the case may be. Same thing to the trails in the back of San Clemente on the military base, you know, on that lease, on the state park lease. We don't actually have those in our parks plan, but our residents use them a ton. And so we want to make sure that our access is to those amenities is preserved, and that it is improved and made something nice. And so I just want to include that as part of it. It's not necessarily in the master plan, but those are all things that we use extensively. Second thing is, San Clemente, more so than I think when it was done in '99, has generated a number of lifestyle companies locally, Electric, Dragon, Stance, the list goes on and on and on and on and on. You talked about public-private partnerships. I'd really like to reach out to those companies as part of this master plan, because we're an incredible brand. I know that's a weird thing to say, but San Clemente is an amazing brand. When you say you're from San Clemente, there's a little bit of pride on that. And for these companies, made in San Clemente is a very important thing to them. That's great. It's a good mailing item. It has some import. I think we can leverage our participation with these private companies to maybe fund amenities we could never do otherwise. For example, the NT Skate Park that's up in, what is that?
Lake Forest.
Lake Forest, right? They partner as a public-private partnership. They built a skate park that's amazing using a partnership with a local company. And so I think we could accomplish similar things here in San Clemente. Yeah, but I'm talking the level of participation from them was fairly amazing, you know, in terms of what they were willing to do because of the lifestyle component of it and the name, et cetera. So I think to that point, getting that public-private partnership thing and maybe engaging with a few of those companies in this process may be helpful.
So include our action sports industry people we have in this.
Pretty much.
Definitely.
Yeah. You know, we've got.
Because they're so focused on recreation.
Yes,
I think that would be a
that's
good
really,
branding.
most of those folks are all locals anyway, and they
would like to see it.
Yeah, they have funding resources
I
we
agree.
can never get. So that's my only comments.
I have a couple of comments. We have cards on this?
One speaker. Sir, you want to say something about this? Okay, thank you.
My name's Wayne Richardson. I think it's very important when we start talking about the beach and a master plan that we start looking at some facts around here, okay? I'm a very strong opponent of dogs on the beach, and I love dogs. And the reason is safety. I hope the city attorney pays a lot of attention to these figures, okay? Last year in the waters of the United States, there was one person killed by a shark. Okay, we close our beaches and lose economically when we see one. Okay? There was over 30 people killed last year by dogs. There's over 800,000 dog attacks incidents a year, 400,000 on children. No, there's going to be 4.7 million attacks, 800,000 hospital visits, 400,000 of those children, 386,000 requiring emergency treatment, and we're losing a hospital. So far we are. Corporations will determine that, not the city. You know, when we're talking about a dog beach, I've been on these beaches since the 70s. The beach experience right now, today, is the worst ever in San Clemente. There's people flying drones over your head. There's people buzzing little surfboard, electronic boats around, and there's dogs everywhere on the beach. Now, I want you to think about this safety issue, because this is a major, major safety issue, and we've already had this happen to us once here. There's been one person drowned in this town since I've lived here, and he happened to drown right next to me. And I think he drowned because there was no one in the tower that day. Our lifeguards right now are having residents come up to them like myself and say, why are you not enforcing this dog situation? And I was humbled by the answer, which was, we have a choice. We can either go spend 10 minutes with this guy with a dog, or we can be doing our jobs to make sure somebody's not drowning out here. So in the master plan, as city council, your job is to make sure that a safe environment is maintained. When you bring in these kind of figures, and there's a dog bite lawyer in LA, specialist for this, and he says the city council had these figures and then allowed dogs on the beach, you're going to lose that case, and I don't need to be an attorney to tell you that, just one of 12 reasonable people. So please, in any master plan, do not include dogs on the beach.
Thank you, sir. All right, you want?
I wanted to, for consideration for your RFP, the time horizon, it looks like when you look at other cities, 15 years is the time horizon, and the reason is that Rome wasn't built in a day, and so it might be that we all want some amenity, but the truth is it's not affordable until year 8. But it reassures the community that there is a plan. And to your point, the last time we did this was about 15 years ago. Yeah. So that was one thought, if there was agreement with that.
It's just to point out on that one is that it's in the general plan that we will do it every 10 years.
Okay.
So
but I'd still like to have
we're
them.
okay changing this. I think it's more of, then we'll also need to
Well, the
make sure we
update
change.
could be every 10 years, but I think
Correct.
the time horizon, 15. And then you talk about making sure that the consultant becomes a student of the general plan. I'd like the bicycle master plan called out specifically somewhere in here, because that's a recreational piece that, with the general plan being the size of it, might get lost. So that's number 2. And then going back to that Huntington Beach, please look at Section 6, because they did a fabulous job at funding and implementation strategies, because at the end of the day, we're stewards of the money, and it helps make sense of the priorities.
Correct, and what we can do is we can show it to them and show them, this is how we really want this financial part of it to look like.
Right. It's got teeth, and it's got, it's like, now we have to find the money, so. And then the last thing is, all of the good ones, in their stakeholder groups, they spelled out that they were going to talk to the folks that run the organized sports, and there's kind of 2 pieces to that. Number 1, arguably, they're the heaviest users, and they would be very knowledgeable. And secondly, there is a potential financial implication there if there's things we want that organized sports, and it dovetails a little bit with what Tim was talking about with the public-private opportunities. So those are my thoughts.
We can do that.
But my final thought is, we've got to protect what we have.
Is that a motion?
I move. I move that we approve staff recommendation and approve the release of the updated Beaches, Parks, and Recreation Master Plan request for proposals, incorporating the comments that were made across the board here.
And again, with the dogs, I don't think we're saying, you know, dogs on the beach everywhere, just if, you know, there's a section, you know what I mean? It's just, we want those people to be heard. We're not making a statement that there should be dogs on the beach, but we told the people that they could be heard in this, so.
Absolutely.
All right. So did we get a second?
Motion by Doncheck.
I'll second it.
Second by Ward. All in favor? Aye. Any opposed? Passes unanimously.
Thank you.
Thank you, Pam. Thank you, Eric. Well, we're done, yeah. We got oral communication.
We don't have any cards for oral communication, part 2. City manager? City attorney?
Nothing more tonight, thanks.
Council members?
Yes, I have one item. Assemblyman Burrow is sponsoring Assembly Bill 1, and the number's a little dicey, but 1666. It's the Taxpayer and Transparency and Accountability Bill. This bill is designed to provide oversight and transparency on taxes imposed on property owners and hold agencies accountable to the properly collecting, spending, and reporting on those funds. AB 1666, that sounds so much better, requires CFDs to make fiscal information as delineated in the California Government Code available to CFD taxpayers prominently online after each fiscal year beginning January 1st, 2017. I'd like for this board, for this council to consider signing a letter in support of this. It's particularly germane to some of the Melrose issues that have been in our city, and so I'd like for us to sign up in support of Assemblyman Burrow's bill and see if we can get something passed.
Is this something we can do this evening, or I was under the understanding that we were going to agendize this and discuss it at the next meeting. But if this is something we could talk about and decide to sign right now, I'd be more than happy to sign that letter from this.
You can't vote on it tonight unless you wanted to add it as a late-breaking item and find that the need arose since your agenda was posted.
I'm not sure there's a time on that, Tim.
I don't think there's a time sensitivity to it. I think we can bring it back on
Just put it on the consent calendar.
On March 1st, like we did with the Lou bill tonight.
Yeah.
And we'll do something similar like that and draft something up for you to consider at the next meeting.
That'd be great.
I'll sign it, or we can have, everybody sign it.
That would be great.
But I agree, the number it's not a good number.
Yes, it's a little bit of a...
I really don't like signing that.
Yeah.
I agree with the content.
It's 1666.
Okay. I got one thing I want to remind everybody about: the basketball game tomorrow night, 7:30 at the gym. Should be
Big
terrific.
time.
So, 7 o'clock?
I'm going to bring my
7
basketball
o'clock.
shorts and shoes just in case they need
In case they need
a spare body to throw around.
Jimmer.
Yeah, and exactly. With my rainbow wristbands and headband.
Yeah. So I move we adjourn to the adjourned regular meeting to be held on February 25th, 2016 in the council chambers located at 100 Avenida Presidio, San Clemente, California, at 4:00 p.m. for the purpose of considering the long-term financial plan. Also adjourn to the next regular city council meeting, which will be held on March 1st, 2016 in the council chambers located at 100 Avenida Presidio, San Clemente, California. Closed session items will be considered at 5 p.m. The regular business meeting will commence at 6 p.m.
Okay, motion by Ward, second by Brown. I would ask the city manager if he can get the discussion about City Hall and consolidation moved up to the beginning of that meeting in case I have to leave for my Orange County Fire Authority meeting that night. All right, thank you. Motion by Ward, second by Brown. All in favor? Aye. Any opposed? Passed unanimously. Thank you very much.